I mean, I do like chat a lot. I hate the backseaters. Alright. I gotta go into local sub, guys. It's just not worth the risk. Farewell, non-subs.
How far to Manoko station?
With SGA? Oh, should be quick.
People just cannot handle themselves, man. It's crazy. You know... Alright, well, yeah, let's just explore this area. There's some, like, stuff that I want to go back and complete later in the previous areas, but some of it's really is pretty tough, so it's probably better just to progress the main story for the time being. Is that a portal? It's so big. Recruit Manoko, Verso's best friend at his station in the mountains. Oh, so there's like coral. Which at some point I assume SGA is going to be able to destroy this coral. This stone quarry doesn't say danger. Yo, Born Again, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Jake Jones, thank you for the 5 months. Lamp Left, thank you for the 13 months.
Unusual.
What happened here?
Hey, Cypher, what's up, man?
Vincent, 48.
48.
He wouldn't listen. Just kept running everyone into the ground. He acted as if he was the only true believer. That we had to trust him. 5 dead, and he wanted to double down. Thomas, not so subtly insinuated that Jean should be relieved of duty.
Toilet!
Mutiny. Something I'd never have countenanced. Yet I have a duty to them too.
Holy shit, this is
It's
so
a
hot.
gutting realization. What has to be done? The mission is too important. The team is too important. We can't just throw our lives away for nothing. I hate that it came to this. But he broke our trust. Under Expedition Code 23, Jean Fournier is hereby relieved of duty. I, Vincent Constantine, have assumed command and have designated Thomas Flegov
What's up,
as
Salad?
lieutenant.
Oh, hello. Troubadour. I didn't want to kill my friends, I just wanted to play with them. Even when I managed to play a note right, I messed up right after. Can you believe it? Expected to use my instrument to kill and I'm angry. Not play. I'll never play again. Beg you, please, mistress, I seek your help. Neveron who does not wish to kill. Teach me how to not kill. Teach me how to play. I'm afraid none of us are familiar with your instrument. No, Mistress, this cannot continue. Can we help you practice? Truly? Yes, help me learn now how to not kill. Don't get hit when I play some wrong notes, but please do get hit when I play the right notes. Surely that should be easy for you. Don't get hit when I play wrong notes, but...
Ready to evade.
Which are the fucking right notes?
I'll do it.
Wait, the right ones are green, I think.
Ready to evade.
Hold on.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll do it.
Okay, nice, nice. But the green ones hit me.
I'm ready. Ready to evade. I'm ready. I'll do it. Ready to evade. Ready to evade. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm ready.
Woo! That was a fun little mini game. It worked. What, and now we can kill him or something because the devs just love murder? Wait, have this to prove my gratitude. Healing. Oh, he leveled up my healing parry. You like to hear me play? Attack. Why? Why do I get the option to kill everybody? I don't want to kill everybody, dude. But I'm pretty sure, you know the worst part, chat? Hold on. I'm pretty sure these guys give like luminas. That's the most fucked up thing, dude. Hold on, we made a save. I want to see. Could never have been friends. Okay. Let's just see what he gives. Hold on. He made a save. Oh my god, he kind of hurts. Okay, that third one is like, I swear that's like faster than normal. Maybe not. Holy fuck. Okay, wait, this guy is tanky as shit. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna load my save. You get to live. I don't want to kill you. I just wanted to see what you dropped, but you're too tanky, so. Or you helped me practice, the silence frightened me. All I could hear was a screaming void of nothingness, but right now I can hear it. Creation. Every friend around the world, all in tune. You're expected to kill the mistress's enemies, those who seek chroma. Why? Or deny them. I do not know more than this. Yeah, maybe there is like a karma mechanic. Like, I don't know, man. It's fucked up that every single the thing is, I already killed one NPC. There's one guy I killed, and I've felt bad ever since, so I haven't killed fucking anybody else, but... Open the talking loot box. Jesus. I could have sworn the first guy gave like 5 Lumina points. So I don't know if that's mid. But... yeah. Alright. Let's go, SKA. Whee! Actually, let's kill these guys. It's nothing, some Luminas are 40 to activate later on. Yeah, I mean... but still, I've ran into like 7 NPCs already, or like 8. So, I mean, I could have like 40 more. I mean, assuming they each drop 5, which maybe they don't, but...
My turn. Target marked.
I don't really have any attack that does like high single target damage, I don't think. I guess there's Ice Lands.
Ice. Shatter.
Yeah, no, that was shit. Oh, he burned though. Nice.
Swim, swim.
Swim, swim. The game is loud compared to you. I swear to fucking God. I hate being a streamer sometimes. I really fucking do. It is? Okay, well, yesterday people were saying it's way too quiet, so I turned it up yesterday, and now you guys are fucking telling me it's too fucking loud, so you just can't win. You literally can't win. I've turned the volume up and down. I turned it up and down, back and forth, fucking constantly, and there's always somebody who, it's just... There's always somebody who says it's fucking too loud or too quiet. I don't know. I don't know if my audio levels just like change every stream. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is too loud now. I mean, this is the same audio level I had yesterday. 100 Windows volume, 100 on my mixer. I don't know. Did the game get louder overnight? Better now. I haven't even changed it. Nothing has changed. I should do pretty good damage with that. Is that a weak point? Oh wow. Get wrecked. Kind of fucked those guys up. The bat. Yeah, well, I turned up the music, or well. Oh shit, level 11, the Ramasun. Wait, Potterim upgraded too? What the fuck? When did I get these? Okay, we could do the fire one. Fuck yeah. Oh, we got the one for Sael. Maybe it's finally I honestly, I want to try her. I just don't know who I want to replace. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. It just drives me crazy. Like, wait, no, it did, wait. Or no, this is correct. I like adjusted the... Also, I don't really know how master works. Like, if I leave master at 100, but I adjust these individually, it's still... Yeah, like it's still... I noticed that the voices were kind of quiet in some cutscenes, so I lowered the special effects and the UI. Honestly, I guess maybe I should just turn down the music a little bit more. Yeah, I tried to rebalance it a little bit so the voices were a bit better. What's over here? Oat Graveyard.
Go forth, touch the
Holy
demon
shit, wait, this
inside
place looks cool. It's just a loot spot, but
Good stuff.
Alicia's birthday party. It was a cool environment. Thank you for the 73 months, Blade Runner. Thank you, buddy. Oh shit, hold on. I think... Oopsies, I forgot to put my pin up. It's okay, we're only 20 minutes into the stream anyways. Ella's playing some random ass PS2 game instead of this. Yeah, well. He'll play he'll definitely play this game. I mean, I was like 99% sure he would play the game just because, I don't know, this game has just been so like well received by everybody. What the fuck is that? Never plays turn-based games. Didn't he play FF7 Remake? Maybe he didn't actually. I don't play turn-based games either, but this game is fucking good. And it's different enough, like the parry mechanic just makes it, I don't know, I really like the parrying, it just makes it feel more interactive. The thing about turn-based games is that a lot of the time they're just kind of like, they're not that difficult, they're just stat checks in a way. It's nice actually having skill checks in a turn-based game. Wait, are you friendly? Oh, no. Hey, Eddie, thank you for the 4 months. I'm in Act 2.
Watch out, my Al.
Oh, shit. Dude, what the? Okay, this guy is like really strong. Dude, stop! How many bounces do you get? What the fuck? Do I get to play? Hello? Dude, okay. Alright, you're fucking cool.
Now's our chance.
You're fucking kidding me with this shit. We're not fighting this guy. This is a danger, right? Yeah, okay. We don't go this way. It's funny, like some of the side areas are not that difficult, but some of them are fucking terrifying. We probably could go back and kill some of the chromatics in the first zone, which is kind of what I wanted to do, but I also, I don't know. I'm just gonna focus on the main story for now, I think. Died once to check if it's really dangerous. Yeah, okay, you know what? I like to survey the area, check my surroundings. Wait, is my food here? Hold on. Not yet.
What have we here?
Oh. Why do I feel like when I fight this guy, he's not going to be nearly as big in the... Like, this guy's probably looks scarier than he actually is.
Evade.
Okay, no, he's kind of scary.
For me.
Just try it. Bring it on. Maximum damage.
Hey, Seed Mole. Anyways, I don't know. Like, the thing is, you can beat... I'm sure you can beat these enemies at this point if you really want to. I mean, look, like, fucking Dom, Captain Domo, did a... He fought the fucking sheep at the start of the game for like 2.5 hours straight. But I don't know. It's like, what's the point? I don't know. I would rather come back when I'm stronger, because
What have we here?
I don't really feel like doing a 30-minute long fight, you know? I don't know, it's like an Elden Ring. I don't know, I just go with the logical. I go with the logical option. Dom refused to parry. Well, parrying for 2.5 hours straight is honestly way more difficult than dodging for 2.5 hours straight. You get a lot stronger right away if you beat it. Yeah, I guess. But I'm pretty sure that there's like an XP cap, no? Or I don't know, like if you kill that guy, do you just get like 15 levels or something? Well, yeah, you're definitely way slower if you don't parry. I agree with that. But when you get one shot, parrying 5,000 times in a row, or exaggerating, but parrying hundreds of times in a row is a little bit more risky. Because I mean, I don't know, parry timings are way easier to fuck up. You get the XP. Well, that's not what I asked. What I asked is, if you kill something that's really high level and it takes like 2 hours, does the XP drop scale is like... Would it just boost you 20 levels? Would you go from like level 1 to 20 just instantly? You got like 8 levels, I see. Maybe I should go back and do some of the chromas from the first zone then. Hey, Toby.
Cut him down. Phantom stars. Not impressed.
What? I hit that last parry. Bullshit.
Let us stain them.
I'm the fastest ball.
I mean, I could go back and do some of the chromatic enemies then. I'm not sure. Wait, what is that?
I am speed.
Manoko, stay. Mission is to the north, not far from here.
Painting workshop danger. Okay.
Let's have some fun.
Let the ink flow.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Can't get to the other side. Oh, it's a bugged bridge. Okay. Thought I was fucking cheating for a sec. Calm down, speeder. Alright, guys. Listen, I haven't fucking played the game before. You guys are like, duh, it's a bugged bridge, obviously. I don't fucking know that. All right. Put the stations over there. Should probably go back to the camp.
Perfect.
Is that an enemy?
Oh, monolith.
Oh.
Molto più vacchi da come oro dobboni bachettolo.
Alright, well, we can go back to the camp and talk to that guy. Oh, can we cheese one of these again? Wait. I don't think so, not this one. I don't know, I looted one of the Luminas inside this thing before. Like, I glitched. I, like, picked up one, picked it up through the rock before. Oh, another merchant. Oh, another song. What? Are they not the same? Oh, is it like a cloak or something? Oh, the armband. Oh wait, I see it. I'm blind. Hey, Dr. Cowell, thank you for the 22 months. Thank you, buddy. Alright, well. Looks like the station is the way to go. This is the station, right? Yeah. Man, we have so much stuff to still do in like the previous areas. Also, my food is here, so I'm gonna go grab it. I will be right back. All right.
Follow the tracks. They'll lead us to Manoko.
A train. Gustav would have liked to see that.
Is it true before the fracture, Lumière had trains running throughout the continent?
Always running late, but running. Yes.
I want to try Sael, honestly. Our sacrifice, that one looks cool. Kills non-boss enemies with less than 10% health. Oh, wow. Wait, that's actually, it's pretty nice.
Here we are. Manoko Station.
Is that a Grundis? I knew it! They're real too!
How often are non-bosses really tanky? Well, I would assume the chromatic enemies count as non-boss enemies, but maybe they are bosses because they're chromatic. I don't know. But if it works on the chromatic enemies, that would be pretty good because they're pretty fucking tanky. Definitely save us a bit of time. They have a boss HP bar. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. That makes sense. Contrary to what some believe, guard duty is quite rewarding. I find it meditative and instructional. These guys kind of remind me of like the Gorons.
What have we here?
Concord, God. The characters in Concord looked so fucking ugly. They just look like Marvel characters, or like... Not even, they looked... Yeah, I don't know, they just looked...
If Manoko's not here...
Looks so cheesy.
Slow as ever. Obvious.
Your reflexes remain sharp as ever. I approve. Obscur. Did Verso pull you into another adventure? New friends.
You speak our language.
He had a lot of time to kill, so I taught him.
Ladies, could I interest you in a duel?
Definitely a gestural.
No point trying to talk until we've calmed Manoko down with a relaxing fight. Be careful though. Manoko's fighting style is a bit peculiar. Oh well.
Big damn.
A storm is coming.
Oh, the music.
No time to lose.
Buff everybody up.
Let us stain them.
Wow, immolation only takes one.
Ready to strike.
It's pretty nice. Gunshot does okay damage.
Just try it.
Holy shit. Oh my god, he's crazy.
You can turn
Let
into a
the ink
Necron.
flow.
You don't get to die yet.
Please survive. Let's spill some ink.
I kind of want to save up for Pyrolyse. But I need to go offensive stance, so I guess we'll do... Well, we're in defensive, so we could Rain of Fire him, I guess.
Brave.
Boom. Oh, we can hit him with the Phantom Stars.
Phantom stars.
Huge. Oh, the burn's doing a lot now, too. That's better, but god damn. Bro hits hard.
Merci.
Ooh, we can do... well, we're not in a stance, but fuck it. Ooh, 31 stacks of burn. Crazy.
Lightning dance! Careful, Verso.
Oh,
Let's carve a path.
oh, I missed some of those. Yo, what's up, Scott? 45,000 XP. A double recode as well.
No distraction, son. I'm really busy beating up strangers.
Noko, what are you doing here?
Noko, you said Nevron?
Oh. A stalact.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying this game, Scott. Although my fucking I'm in local sub right now because my chat is like I don't know, the backseating has been fucking insane. Man, I have 24 defense on her. Yeah, I was like 2 hours into the game, Scott, and somebody said that, and I was like, I didn't know whether to believe it or not, but I was like, it's probably true.
Friends of Verso, as honored guests, the first fight is yours. Defeat the Stalact with your fearsome talents.
Right. Oh.
I mean,
you
some people
serious?
just like to watch the world burn, I think.
You little coward.
Some people are just fuckers.
Incoming!
Oh shit, I didn't heal? Wow, we're doing so much damage. Oh, now he's in...
Verso, why aren't you using gradient attacks?
I don't need pointers from the one sitting on his lazy ass.
You didn't teach them, did you, you lazy old fart? Very well. I shall generously impart my wisdom.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh, so you can have up to 3 charges. Wait, so, oh, it's like an extra attack that you get as well. It's cool that they keep introducing these like new mechanics. Oh, we can break the crystal. Wait, no. Why didn't it break? What? Gradient to oh, it's medium phys damage to all enemies. Okay, applies more.
Finesse and grace.
Interesting. Well, he's fire, which is not good. Oh, fuck. Well. I think I have to skip my turn. Well, I don't have to skip. I'll just heal, or so, I guess. It's about to explode. That's great. There we go. Oh wow, that was good damage.
Ready to strike.
Oh. Should be launched into the sun.
You found worthy friends, Verso.
Jealous?
What are you doing?
I just need the foot. Aha!
He transforms by collecting Neverun feet. Don't ask me how it works. I've never understood.
Now that we've had some good battles to warm the spirits, to what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
We're heading for Old Lumière.
Okay, bye.
Hey, come on. Hey. Hey, look. I know we failed before, but look, you doofus. Don't you recognize her?
Of course I do.
Then you know what that means. This is our shot. It might be our only shot.
This is your only shot. Out of the question. I will never join you again.
There will be a lot of fighting, though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's true.
There will be a lot of fighting.
Exactly.
Count me in then.
Good.
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 What the?
Good.
Yes, good.
Noko's coming too.
He's easily convinced.
L'homme mercanto Old Lumière. C'est Monoko, très joli. Voici le meilleur mercanteur du monde.
As a responsible parent, this is a superb idea. Let us go to Old Lumière.
Well, I don't mind having to upgrade the town again, Salad. What I wanted to know is if it still takes like 12 hours. But I guess it does. Oh shit! I'm playing as Manoko. Is this a fucking Gamba class? I mean, it looks like it is because, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe the skills move the pointer forward a specific amount, so you can actually like. Oh, let's see. Bestial Wheel is on heavy mass, therefore the punches is upgraded and deals damage. Yeah, okay, I understand that. Oh, it moved. Oh, yeah, no, you can see the moves. Okay, I see.
I'd love a dance.
Harvest Nevron legs if he is in the party when the Nevrons are killed. Enemies with lootable legs have this icon next to their health bar. Defeating them will allow Manoko to learn this Nevron skill. Oh, wait, what? He can just... That's crazy. Bestial Wheel is now in a caster mask. Doesn't have any caster skills yet, but defeating the Pellerin will unlock one. So you can actually get abilities from the monsters you kill. That's pretty sick. Did that
taste of battle?
That hit? What's his? That doesn't move it. What the fuck? Come on, man. Let's try the combo. That's jack shit. It's weird how you damage them like as he's running past you. Pellerin heal. Oh man. Okay, wow, that's really cool. Honestly, I think it's time to maybe... Wait, are we... I kind of want to switch up the party and maybe try Sael and Manoko plus... Well, I don't know who. Can look at his skill tree, but is there a flag here? Oh wait, I can just do it. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. So you don't actually get skill points on him though, you just get your abilities by fighting stuff. I mean, because the thing is, I guess the only thing that seems kind of annoying is that you only get the skills if he's in the party, right? So like, if you run into an enemy that has a collectible leg, you're not gonna know until you're in combat with them, unless maybe you can know. I don't know, because like if you find an enemy that you can get a leg from, then you realize then you don't have them in your party, you kind of have to like reload and switch them out, I guess. I can clear the snow and I can clear the rubble, but this is too much. I mean, you can respawn the enemies anyways, I guess. I don't think all of them have legs, but... Well, maybe, I don't know. I mean... I don't think everything would. There was a time when the tribe sought to compete in a different manner than through eloquent battles. So we did this. Man, this game is so crazy, dude. It's just like, it keeps just getting... Like, I feel like a lot of games, you run into this... You hit a point where there's not new stuff being introduced, and it gets, like, repetitive, but they keep introducing new mechanics, like new parries, new classes, or new characters. I mean, we're still only in Act 2, so I'm sure there's gonna be even more stuff as well. I want to go back to the camp. Oh, we need to get to the overworld to do that. Oh, well, here we are. Wait, is this where this is where I came in before, isn't it? Or maybe not. Is this the exit? Oh, this is the exit, isn't it? Oh, so there's another... So this is actually the way that you're meant to go, but there's like a side path that looks like a carousel. I'm guessing that other path that we saw with the flag probably goes this way. Find and destroy the paintress's heart. I don't think it's gonna be that easy. Alright, well, let's go to the camp. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to... You can just let me play Calibrota and... Like... Sorry, I don't mean to be a stickler. It's just like... By you saying that, you are potentially just changing the course of my playthrough. Like, I wanted to go there, but now you're telling me that I shouldn't go there, which is... You know what I mean? Just... Yeah, try not to... It's okay.
Okay. Momo is Momo, and Nono is Nono. Then we've got Lulu, Mai Mai, and Sissy.
I don't think they'll like that.
You sure you don't want to be Ver?
Positive.
Oh, we can spend time with them again. Cute. Who's your favorite character in this game, chat?
Armband looks nice.
Yeah, I guess it's official. We're part of the disaster expedition now.
What's up, Bane?
What's up with you? So, you want an armband too?
Oh, is SKA gonna join the expedition team?
You barely have arms.
Not true. Anyway, I want a headband.
Your head is humongous. You're gonna need so much cloth.
I have a big brain.
All right, Monsieur Big Brain. I'll see what I can do.
I like SKA a lot too. Oh, look. We actually gave him one.
Happy now?
Ooh, this is the nicest thing ever.
He's even more excited than usual. We've given him the greatest gift ever. Aww. SKA dances around with his armband for a bit before they return to the others. His armband, his headband.
Okay. Then you
Positive.
Alright, hold on, let's... Nice conversation. We literally just talked to him about this. We're just repeating the dialogue. More gestural clothing. 3 out of 9. Alright. Well, Oh, so I wonder how many points Manoko is gonna have, or like how much Lumina. He also starts at fucking 26. God damn it. Well, I want to try that. I don't know, whatever, dude. Fuck it. I don't care. I'm not trying to be like giga fucking OP in this game anyways. I'm sure spreading it out like that isn't gonna be the end of the world. I'm sure there's some dumbass in chat who's like, oh, you're the min-max. Oh my god, you need to do solo Mael. Give all your points to Mael. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Is Golgra still mad at me?
What do you think?
Well, Golgra helped Noko start his merchant shop.
Yeah, but defying Golgra wasn't Noko's idea, was it?
Noko would have done the same for me.
Noko would have got Golgra on his side first.
Bah! It's been 10 years. Golgra needs to get over it.
Sure.
I see you got stronger.
Well, I didn't spend the last few years hiding in the mountains.
The mountain where a Pelerin cut you in half and you cried for my help.
Touch the demon inside me.
The mountain where a Stalak stomped you, and I had to evacuate you.
You want to fight?
Well, unlike Gestrals, I need sleep, so I'll pass.
Coward.
Ooh, I'll admit, I'm afraid of you.
Good. At least you have become wiser.
I've missed our little excursions. Yeah, you do too, I know.
Remember our first battle against the duelist?
Sure do. We got our asses kicked pretty hard.
And this one time we tried to swim to the Red Tree Island and you got eaten by that snake?
Oh yeah, it turns out living inside a snake's belly is possible when you're mortal. Carving my way out was a nightmare though. Remember that time when you challenged Eskier to a duel?
Well, someone conveniently forgot to mention that Eskier is the most powerful creature in the world. Good times. Oh, and remember when...
I wonder why can't SGA just kill the monsters for us then? I spend a bit more time bragging before going back to the others.
The Grandis is so
He's lazy.
Who's going to protect them while Manoko's gone?
They can take care of themselves.
Really?
They've got their bells. Don't worry.
What do the bells do?
Ringing the bells makes the Nevrons flee. Although, it only works on Nevrons with ears, so not every Nevron.
Well, now I'm worried.
Yeah. Actually, me too. Throwing rocks again?
Mm-hmm. You should try.
Eskier would be horrified that we're throwing stones into the lake.
Or he'd be super happy because we're sending them soaring on fun little adventures.
Oh, so they're like little rock expeditioners.
Exactly.
Would that make you the paintress then?
Clearly, I'm Lumière. I'm launching them on their journey and watching them from afar. Stone after stone after stone, knowing they'll never come back.
And knowing you'll never stop.
You get it?
Yeah. I enjoy depressing poetry too.
That doesn't surprise me.
Is that what you're writing in your notebook all the time? Depressing poetry.
It's not all depressing. Why, what do you write about? You don't seem like a sunshine and rainbows type.
Mostly poetic insults to use on Manoko. I'm currently comparing him to the backside of an owl. Actually, writing is cathartic for me. It helps. Getting the thoughts out of my head and onto the paper. Giving shape to my feelings.
Can I see?
Do I get to read yours?
Mine's kind of personal.
Well, so is mine.
Yeah, but I bet you secretly want people to read it.
Okay, fine. I'll let you read mine, if I get to read yours.
Okay, deal.
Be kind, though.
Yeah, I can't promise that.
Level 2. So, I wonder if you actually can, like, miss these relationship level ups. I feel like you probably can. I mean, hell, I might have already missed some previously. But hey, at least Esquier is level 3.
Feet? Really?
Don't worry. He's not interested in human feet.
I mean, I don't really care if you tell me if you can miss the level ups. I feel like you can. But maybe not, I don't know. What the?
And the bell?
A gift from the Grandis.
Amazing. I wonder if we can achieve something similar.
I'll stick to my swords. I'm not too keen on turning into a Nevron.
If we combine this with Pictos, could we selectively use Nevron abilities in battle?
Okay, you seem busy. I'll come back later.
I've been wondering, why stay on the continent alone? Why not return to Lumière?
I did. I went back. Helped with the rebuild. After the fracture, we didn't have anything. Food, shelter. None of it.
Things must have been chaotic then.
Nothing like the end of the world to bring out the best and worst in us. I almost missed those times. You know the dome shield? My father and I helped build that.
Oh. Why'd you leave then?
Those early expeditions, they were search and rescue. We didn't know about the paintress then. We just wanted to find our loved ones, like my mother.
I see. But this time, you didn't go back.
People didn't trust me. Guess I'm hard to trust.
Perhaps.
Guess they thought I knew more than I did.
I like Verso.
Halfway to the monolith, I was betrayed. Barely
I think I
escaped.
liked Gustav more, but
Kind of killed my interest in returning home.
you hate him.
What about you? Do you miss home?
Dang, Ain.
I spent my whole life studying the paintress and the monolith. This is where I need to be.
What a long-winded way to avoid answering the question.
Yes, there are things I miss.
You paint such a vibrant picture.
If you must know what I really miss of viennoiserie.
Ooh, good answer. I miss those too.
He is kind of sus. I mean, that's fair.
What?
I enjoyed this conversation.
High praise.
I don't know though. He seems like a good guy.
Manoko seems fun.
Oh, yeah.
Bet you guys got up to lots of trouble together.
That,
You guys getting us into more trouble now?
an appropriate amount of trouble.
I've spent some time with gestrals. I'm not sure we had the same definition of appropriate.
Ah, let me guess. You've been to one of their arenas?
Reigning champion. Naturally.
Naturally.
Oh, I can't spend time with her.
Manoko's-
Oh, yeah.
Bet you got. You guys get. Reigning champ.
Naturally.
All right. Well. I don't know who. I mean, Mael is probably the best to run with Manoko and Sael, I guess. I do kind of like Verso though, but I don't know. We'll see. We could switch back and forth. I don't know. I like Verso's AoE attack. I guess it just depends what I'm doing. All right, let's give them. All right, so she has Ramasan, so that's good. I don't know if Manoko's. It's level 9. Okay. Alright, hold on. I need to take a look at the skills for Sael as well. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that seems... all the ladies and all the boys. Alright, do I might respec Sael. I really don't know how to like build this character at all. Oh wait, you can go from over here too. You know what? I'm gonna reset it because so okay, so these are like all the consumes on the left side, it looks like, and the generations on the other side. Applies mark, applies foretell. Low dark damage to all enemies. It's all like buffs here. I don't know if I really care for the buffs at the moment. I think these two are good to have. Oh, these are the gradient attacks. I see. I have 19 points. I want to try our sacrifice. I actually think I have enough for it. I don't know. I don't really have anything. Well, our sacrifice only uses 4 as well for extreme dark damage. That's actually surprising. Okay. Now let's give them their pick dose. Not sure exactly what I want to use. I mean, we could take... The inversion is kind of nice. $2,000 health she has. Sheesh. Energizing death. I don't know if that one's that great to use. Gives a lot of health and crit. I guess using auto death plus energizing death is, I mean, it just instantly maxes out the AP of your teammates, pretty much. It's kind of nice, I suppose. Ah, whatever. This is fine, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to dance, but it's kind of hard.
Or a present.
A present?
I didn't see a present. What was it?
I can spend time with the little guy. I
That's
didn't
my
think these
favorite
guys
patat.
actually, like, said much.
Oh, I'm still your favorite, am I? Because you've taken a real shine to my L. Fair enough. So tell me, patat to not a patat. Why are you tagging along? Really? I don't believe you. Don't tell Manoko I said this, but you were and still are the greatest searcher of all time. And you know there are more lost gestrals out there. Why be a merchant? Why go to Old Lumière? Meh? No? It's not always bad. All right, all right. Manoko's all grown up now, and it's your turn to be the patat. So eloquent.
Meh. Alright. Oh wait, I don't have Lumina we still have to equip Luminas on these guys. Honestly, I like marking shot. I like going I like free aim a lot. Because most of the things for it are pretty cheap. Like you can do marking shots plus rewarding mark. Teamwork is a good one too, I feel like. I mean, I guess we could do roulette. I don't know. I like using roulette. I don't know if it's actually good to use or not, but... and there's also burning shots, breaking shots. The augmented counter is good too. Augmented aim. Breaking counter. Yeah, that's fine, I think. I don't know, we don't really have enough Lumina to go for anything crazy. Just go for like the same stuff, more or less. Honestly, applying inverted to all the characters at the start is... I mean, it's a lot of fucking damage. Like 50% extra damage is a lot. But I can't heal. But I can res, is the thing. So... Unless the whole team dies at once, but if the whole team dies at once, I was screwed anyways. Does she have inverted? Oh yeah, she does. I don't know, we'll give him the free aim stuff as well, why not? I don't know, free aim is... Maybe I like free aim too much. Feels pretty good though. Alright. Anyways, that took a while. Been in this camp for like... Wait, check up on the others. Been in this camp for like half an hour.
You see, there was a stalactite and I smashed it, utterly destroyed it. I did it in 2 attacks, plenty of damage. There was nothing left. Then there was a giant Pellerin that attacked. It was tough, but I defeated it, no problem.
Pellerins are weak. I could have done that blindfolded.
This expedition is gloomy.
Yeah. They lost a lot of friends, and they just buried another. Grieving takes time.
How about a little verso magic to lighten the mood?
You mean the one that hurts like hell?
Yes, I mean the one that hurts like hell.
All right, I'll do it.
What the?
Hi.
Not now, please. I'm working.
Hi.
Oh, Verso, there you are. How did... Oh! Oh my... Wow!
What is that?
Hi. I'm a pair of legs that can talk.
Verso?
We're both Verso.
You are so ridiculous.
Wait, how can your legs talk?
Ah, yes, I'm quite proud of that. Took a lot of training.
Does it? Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't.
Did you cut yourself in half? Did Manoko cut you in half?
Do you heal from the top or the bottom? Or do you have to bring the halves together? Hey, can you control the process?
So, if you're cut in half, does that mean you can be in 2 places at once? Can you go scouting with Manoko with your lower body, while your upper body stays here and talks to us?
Well, yeah, you see, I can go hunt Nevrons with my top half, while my bottom remains here cooking meals. Back in the days, that's what we used to do.
Can I... Are you...
Yeah, my hair is...
All that pain just to put a smile on their faces. Verso, aren't you getting too attached?
Oops.
Can you teach me to fight better?
Better?
That white-haired bastard hit us before we even knew he was there. I want to return the favor. And you're the best fighter I know.
High praise.
You know they'll be back. I want to get them before they can get us.
Emotions are powerful. You have to make sure they work with you, not against you.
I know.
Okay. First lesson. Sounds obvious, but you need to see. Really see. Your eyes will tell you the truth, but your brain can lie.
What do you mean?
Emotion can mess with your perceptions. Make you miss important details on the field. Fixate on the wrong thing, or see what you want to see.
Okay.
You need to see things as they are, not how you think they are. See your target so you can understand your target, how they move, how they think, how they react, so you can anticipate and adjust. On the field, it's just you, your weapon, and your enemy. And you need to understand all three. Everyone has blind spots, so every day you ask yourself, what's yours? What's theirs? Do you know?
Thought this would be more of a technique lesson.
Time to get out of the camp. We've been in this camp for a while. That was nice though. Man, I want to go back to the early areas, but I don't know. I think there's gonna be a way to destroy this coral at some point. I'm hoping. I mean, if not, that means I have to go like back through the station. There's also that side path as well. Shoot.
Careful now.
Eyes up, eyes up. I'm waiting.
Yours.
Oh my gosh. I can barely see that.
Incoming.
Wish I had a better attack too. Or I guess I'll just do that.
It likes you.
Oh. This 2 hits deals double damage if the target is stunned. Goes to Almighty Mask. Oh wow. That gradient is pretty good. No, that's not who I wanted to. Oops. Oh, I don't have the one that gives an AP when I kill an enemy. That one's so good. Oh, her auto attack is... her basic attack is... oh, shit. I was not expecting a gradient attack from that guy.
Break.
Reaper Cultist's Foot. So I wonder, did it auto-equip that? It did. Cultist Slashes. Oh man, that's so cool that you just... like, this character is sick just because you get so many... You're gonna get so many different moves. L'Ascension. Because with the other characters, it honestly takes a while to build up the skill points and stuff.
Great.
Or at least, I don't know. I guess you could probably farm levels if you really desire. Alright. What's over here? Oh. This is the... Okay, yeah, this is where I need to be.
Speed!
Nice.
Spirit could be defined as the wandering soul of a dead person, someone that is dead. Did I die, since my duty is unknown to me? Pardon me, I may not know the answer to your question, as I do not know the nature of my state. Are you killed by Neverons? Another concept that eludes me.
It's weird that they don't know about Nevrons.
It's possible they died before or during the fracture. Or perhaps they called Neverons something else.
I'm an explorer. I yearn for something? Yearn for what? I do not yet know. Oh, whoops. Beyond, something about beyond the cliff, in the hopes of remembering the path I must walk. Feel the answer is near. Beyond the cliff, something is resonating. Oh, okay. This place looks pretty cool. Nice.
Great.
The hell is
I
that?
have to go through the maze.
Oh. Puzzle time?
place is giving me a headache.
Me too. Where's the fighting?
Wait. So I don't think the angle that I shoot it doesn't affect anything, right? No. Wait, I think I might understand. Does it not open this? Wait a second. This one. Okay, I don't think I meant to do this the way I think. Hold on. So this one just does this. For the doors. So wait, that turns on those two. I feel like I need to dispel this barrier, but wait. What? Is that... Oh, wait, so... Wait, what the? Hold on. I have no idea what I just did. I'll be honest, I really don't. I don't understand
The door
at
closed
all.
again.
I actually don't fucking understand at all what I just did.
What have we here?
Perfect.
Pieces of wood? Oh, yay. Well, I guess I just didn't really understand how the torches related to the, like when I shot the torches, it looked like there were little lines shooting out towards the doors, which was dispelling the door, but that might have just been some like weird visual. Oh, I can jump up here. I couldn't tell how the torches were actually interacting with the walls, or maybe it wasn't like. It was just, they just turned off set walls. Oh, I don't know. Whee! I guess this area was just for a bunch of Lumina. Oh. Oh wait, the wood, right. For this guy. Give these to me? Sure. This is good, my duty renewed, I'm coming back to life. Protecting heal. What the fuck? Healing an ally also applies shell. So you were a Nevron. As I said, I'm not familiar with this term. For what reason do you call me a Nevron? You kill humans trapping their chroma. I see. I'm now defined by my duty. Fortunately, I don't think I'm what you call a spirit anymore. Being defined as Nevron feels right. But our path never cross again. Well. guy's kind of tanky, chat.
Zoom me in.
Tried to feel worse. I would have lived.
Ready.
That auto attack is so bad. Probably should have just given myself energy.
Careful now.
Manoko, get ready.
Woo!
Let's cover path.
Is he still inverted?
Break.
Let's gamble. Eyes don't lie. Take your shot.
Maximum damage.
Try Phantom Stars. I feel like this should do a lot. Okay, that was actually pretty trash. Yeah, we can revive him even if he's inverted, so it's like really not that bad. Oh wow. Wait, Pellerin Heal is actually... I'm gonna try that, although, well, we're not on the caster card. We can't really get to the caster card. Well, let's just try it, fuck it.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how much reach... Oh wow. Holy shit. Damn, that's good. Oh, I was on Almighty, so it works for everything. I see. Yeah, I didn't realize.
Time to strike.
Cool. Alright. Let's try the sacrifice.
The power of blood.
Oh my god. Okay.
Careful now.
I didn't realize it was gonna be like fucking 1 HP. Ugh. 92 hours played in the boba tea shop?
I'm waiting.
Wait, are you serious?
Full deck.
I guess... Wait. Hold on. Oh my god. Well. Apparently it's been running in the background.
My cup is full.
Agile. Oh, agile is for cultist slashes.
Your turn to dance.
Okay.
There we go.
Full deck.
Oh, 10 hits applies. Kind of want to try this. I'm also in Twilight, so I have double foretell applied.
Time to strike.
That was sick. Oh, right, and it counts as a...
Time to end this.
Damn. Oh, we can break him.
What lovely feet.
Oops. Fuck. Wait, I'm back on... Oh, I can do sabotage. I don't know if this thing is that good, but...
Your end is nigh.
Looks cool. Die! Recolor of Lumina.
It tricked us.
I knew it was a Nevron.
Sure you did.
Wait, Manoko got a new skill too. Portiere Crash. Dude, Manoko is so sick.
Fight, didn't you?
It's actually such a cool character. God, he has so many skills, dude.
Maybe.
Ultima Gunner, thank you for the 33 months. Thank you, man. I'm gonna go to camp and spend a little bit more Lumina. I might actually have upgrades. Can I do some weapon upgrades? No, we don't know. We still don't, dude, we've only found one resplendent chroma. Kinda crazy. Hey Phoenix, thank you for the 39 months. I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat. I will be right back, and then we shall continue.
obscur, troubadour, tu trouveras effet. Clair, obscur, guardé au pain, tu trouveras sans elle. Clair, obscur, troubadour, tu trouveras effet. Clair, obscur, guardé au pain, tu trouveras sans elle.
All right. I can't believe Boba Tea Shop was running in the background for fucking 80 hours. I should really turn off my PC. I mean, my PC does go to sleep. Or like it hibernates, but I guess it doesn't like fully turn off. Dude, our attack is so fast.
Time to end this.
Let's just do Phantom. I could have gotten rid of that guy's shields. Nah, whatever. That's okay. I don't have any balanced one.
Here we go.
What's the name of the song? Lumière. All right. Oh man, this game is so comfy. But those are the... What the hell is that?
Spawn, the last
I was trying to see if we could find the only up boat. Oh, another beach.
Time for a swim, swim.
Time for swim, swim.
Oh, bah oui, l'amour. Oh,
Incoming.
Get so much damage during this one.
Cut him down.
Honestly, let's just shoot him. Okay, that didn't do as much damage as I expected, but that's okay. It was alright. That doesn't hit that hard. I should really use the AP tints more often. Let's give it to Manoko this time. Oh, he's dead. Ruler's Foot. Oh. Stalin. Oh, we got another weapon for Mael. Yeah, I'm planning on just leveling every character like equally. Charging tint? What does that do? Oh wait, we have two. Let's switch that one. 5% of a gradient charge on using an item. Oh. That energy is also really nice. Want that. Oh. Wait, is this the weird bridge that the invisible bridge that we walked across before? I removed the chat overlay. Yeah, I mean I could remove chat if there's like if you don't want to see like backseating on screen, that's fair. pierces shields. Oh. Cool.
Cut him down.
I don't know why I even did that. I would like Verso to go second, actually. I think that'll fix it. Right, this was the painting place. This was dangerous. Shoot. I really want to go back to like the first zone. Also, what the fuck is this down here? I want to go back to the first zone, but I feel like at some point I'm going to be able to go along these side pathways, so I don't have to go through the Forgotten Battlefield. It's not that big of a deal, though, I guess. Let's just stay over here. Hey, Tiki.
Let us get wet.
Where's the sister fister? Oh shit. Holy, only up. We only uppin'. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Alright, let's do it. The most fiendish challenge of all. We call it the Gestural Ascension. Olga used to suck at climbing, so she built this to own her skills. Only a few Gestrals managed to reach the top, but those who did are so proud that they decided to live there and never come back. If you reach the top, they will most likely welcome you as a hero and offer you the ultimate Gestral reward. Hey, Acid Overdrive, thank you for the 41 months. It is so funny to me that this game, like, this game is so good, but then and there's nothing wrong with this, it's just like, it literally is, like, the devs of this must like only up. It's, I mean, this is literally, like, look at these animations. It's literally only up, dude. It's the same animations. I mean, I know they're like marketplace assets or marketplace animations or whatever, but I just find it so funny that this game is so. It's just got these like shit post levels. Oh, it's so good. Look, it's the boat. It's not the only up boat. No, these stages have not really been that hard. They're just fun little parkour stages. Where's the dragon? I don't know. Yeah, we need to hit a crazy physics launch. It's just so surreal, like... It just... like, coming from somebody who has played only up as, you know, for fucking 100 hours or whatever, just... It does really feel like I'm playing only up again. Mainly just because the animations! Fuck! Lame checkpoint. Bro, this is only up. What you mean there's no checkpoint? I like... I was wondering if you could fall through that hole. Thought there might be something on that little island there. Maybe there's like a hidden kid there. Think I could do a skip? Oh yeah, look at that skip. What the fuck? Come on, where's it? Where's the beds, man? I need a bed skip. Now I'm curious if there is a bed, actually. There could be. Get up there. getting kind of anxious now. Oh, we're almost there though. Woo! Wait. Oh, there's more. Ah, shit. Doing it. I'm gonna go this way. Try the skip. Oh shit, we made it! They jamming!
Oula, faut sauver, navet.
Look at them go. They jamming. Can live here with us now forever. I don't know about that. Oh? Well then as a souvenir, take this. This is the ultimate Gestrel uniform. Wear it with pride, you are one of us now. Wait, was that an outfit for everyone? Oh no. What the fuck? Swimsuit for Manoko. Nice. When is Verso gonna get his swimsuit? I wonder if there's a bed. They should have added, I don't know, maybe there is, but they should have, if there isn't, they should have added a bed. As a, it's like a bed skip somewhere. Clearly they were inspired by Only Up with this one. I mean, I know like, well, at least I think the Final Fantasy MMO has like parkour stages or something, right? It's not like that's necessarily unique to Only Up, but it did feel very Only Up coded, especially with the animations being the way they are.
The green.
I don't know if I can fight these guys or not, but I'm gonna try.
Ready.
Oh, the damage is okay. We're on balance though, it's kind of annoying. Oh, great. Oh, lovely. I don't really have any high AP cost moves on her.
Your turn to dance.
Look out.
I'd love a dance.
Oh, come on, man. Really? Really?
Take this.
Violence.
She's still inverted? Oh wait, I'm on Almighty. So it just counts as anything. I don't know. He's getting closer to breaking.
Feel better.
There we go.
Ready?
Probably should have waited to use that. I can't remember how you go Twilight exactly on this character. Is it when you consume the...
Eyes up, Manoko.
Dude, bullshit.
Now, go hit them back.
Oh, there we go. Now I have Twilight. I guess, like, once you start getting... I don't know, what... Once your damage starts getting high, it's better to get, like, multi-hits. Because the damage cap, I guess.
The fun begins.
I'm getting kind of fucked up.
Invigorating.
Shiny.
Foolish move. It likes you.
Today.
There we go. Nice.
My cup is full. We need to break. Shit, I
just realized I don't have any break on her. It's not good. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna use the item. I think Manoko has a break, so.
Take your shot.
What the fuck? You need 2? Well, that's fine. We're gonna break. It's okay, I think.
What to choose?
Can break. Portier crash can break. Okay, so I need to Portier crash. We'll get my teammates back.
Well.
All good.
Sweet taste of battle.
Dang. That guy was tanky, dude. Dansus's foot. My gosh, wait, we have so many skills already, dude. It's crazy. Ramasur Bonk. I don't know, man. There's so many cool... No, I haven't been there yet, Ain. That's where I have to go next. Burning Death.
Good stuff.
I think all the characters are good in their own ways.
Thomas of the 47th Drunken Brigade. Benjamin's been calling us the Drunken Brigade.
Holy shit, this is
I love
so
it.
hot.
Yeah, we do our best work after a few. The trick is finding that perfect point where your nerves have calmed enough that your mind and body are one, but not so calm that your reactions are dulled. Some of the lads haven't quite managed riding that edge. But I remain in full control of my body and thoughts. Oh, sounds like someone spotted another Nevron. Better fuel up for our next dance. For Lumière!
Yo, Orca, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you, man. Wait a sec. Did I talk to this guy? Oh yeah. Skirt. probably should have healed up. Oops. Wait, why is he going first now?
Ready.
Do I have any AoE attack on him though? Oh, I guess Portier Crash is AoE. It's the only one though, I think. Well, and I have the AoE heal.
Eyes up, Verso.
Midnight Zero.
Should have done one of my attacks. Thought I could just fucking spam on him.
Try me.
God dang it. This guy's pretty tanky.
Stuff.
So I went into this ruins before, didn't I? Yeah, that's where I fought that guy. Okay, I think we've basically explored most of what we can here. There is a side path over here through the station that we still need to do, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to go over there yet.
Welcome, my friends, to Old Lumière.
Is anyone still here?
Just Neverons.
So this is where our piece of Lumière used to be. Before the fracture ripped apart the world and threw us into the sea.
We're lucky it did. That's probably the only reason we survived.
The heart of the Paintress is in the center. Let's go.
I don't know. I kind of want to. Maybe I will go explore that other area first. Unless it's too high level, but
I am speed.
yeah, I got all 3 tokens at the beginning.
Toilet bitch.
I think the side path was over here. Yeah. Bathing suit in the freezing cold. Yeah, you know what? He's okay. Oh wait, we don't have a way to break with Sael yet, do we? No. I'm gonna put this skill on. Oh, the portal is just right here. Cool. Yeah, I was dropping frames for a sec there. It seems like it's fine now, though. Holy shit. Oh, we're over by the dragon. Wait a sec. Oh wait, this isn't...
Acceleration!
Well... Okay, I didn't... I went through the wrong portal. I thought I was going a new pathway, but I was not. But I think there should be a pathway here. I just went the wrong way. Should be another portal out of here. Just so up that way is the path. I think we want to go this way. What's up, gentlemen? What you doing up there?
Good stuff.
Do we know anything about the paintress or the old guy yet? Well, we know the old guy is immortal, and he is killing the expeditioners because he doesn't want... The paintress basically gave him immortality, and for some reason he's not affected by the gamage, and because of that, he wants to kill the expeditioners because he doesn't want the paintress to get stopped. Because if the paintress dies, then he will no longer be immortal.
Expedition 65, Aurelian. The Grandes have embraced us with such warmth and hope. What a balm for the soul to know that other beings survived. That we in Lumière are not alone. It truly is a miracle. The Grandes retreated to higher ground after Neverons overran their lands. It is bittersweet, but at least the most important parts of their civilization will survive. Their children. Fortunately for them, they do not appear affected by the Gommage the way we are.
When are we gonna find Expedition
It is painful
69?
knowing our expedition has failed. But at least we can enjoy our final days among friends.
There's still so many expeditions we haven't found. I feel like we're probably like halfway through the game right now. Still have so much left. Not that that's a bad thing. I honestly I'm enjoying this game so much. It leads to the treacherous region of the mountains. If your destination is Old Lumière, you should leave via the other exit. That's okay. I'll go this way. I want to explore. Get some more Lumina. Wait, we only have 2? I thought I had more than that. Well. Oh, we got a Resplendent. +1 perfection on critical hit. Oh, it's a crit weapon. Also does ice. I don't want to try Dualiso, even though, I don't know, the power seems really low, but... Critical burn is pretty freaking good. Oh, another shortcut path. Oh wait, where is this gonna take me? Did I not go? I'll go look over here real quick.
Time for a swim.
Oh yeah, there was that crazy bastard over there. I'm just wondering if I missed a shortcut. No, it looks like this is all just blocked off.
Swimsuit on! Swimsuit on!
Hello, other self.
Nice.
Hope these enemies aren't too strong. I don't think they are though. Should be okay, hopefully. Yeah, okay, I don't want Verso to be going first though. I'm not sure why he is. Maybe his speed is too much now? I don't.
Your turn to dance.
Here we go.
It's pretty nice.
The power of blood.
From the bitter dregs.
I'm knitting.
Like zero.
Yeah, I don't think he can. So like it's Sael first, then Verso, then Manoko. Like that's how it should. But that's what I did before and I don't know. It isn't working. Isn't it just based on speed? No. Apparently, so, well, I don't know if this is actually correct because it doesn't, I guess we'll see, but I was told it's based on the first turn is based on your party order and then after that it's based on your speed. Oh, the carousel. If you do first strike. Oh, I guess that's the difference maker then. Maybe. How much does combo attack take? 10? Level 15? What the fuck? I fucking 243 speed. It's crazy. I mean, I have not been playing Expedition 33 like a working job, Spacey. I've played it. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been playing it that much. I was actually playing it every day, 8 hours a day since it came out. I would have finished it in like a week ago. Our beloved carousel has frozen over, but the ice is too thick for me to break. Perhaps you could help?
An advantage.
Not sure how I'm meant to help this guy. Maybe I need to find... I probably need to find something. Like a flame item or some kindling or I don't know, something to... So, I mean, the only thing I can do when... The only thing I can do here... Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. I was like, what can I do here? I forgot I can still press this button. Marvelous, you freed the carousel. I'm forever in your debt. This will bring great cheer to the others. I have such lovely memories of Grandy and human children playing here together. It's funny because I broke the boxes to get the fucking purple item. I'm like, trying to shoot the other one. Before the fracture, what was that like? Well, there were no Nevrons and thus no need for violence. Our battles relied upon the sharpness of our wit and not our swords. My friend Alois, we'd ride the carousel and make up stories together, tales of great daring do. She had such a lovely way with words. After the fracture, I never saw her again. She was kind and eager to help others, just like you. Took great pride in her hair. Sadly, I can no longer remember the details of her face, but I'll never forget the hair. I'd show you if you like. Do enjoy new hairstyles. First tried that puzzle. Yeah, it's a difficult puzzle. I'm proud of you, Ain. I do miss her dearly. It makes me happy to see a part of her live on. Farewell, expeditioners. May fortune smile upon you. Yeah, that was not my finest moment, but hey, you know, I figured it out. We got spoiled like 2 hours before. We got spoiled like 2 hours into the video game. Actually. Breaking a target doubles its burn amount. Oh. That's interesting. Wonder how much Lumina you need for that. Got spoiled by Ongball. What? Hey, Limitless, thank you for the 12 months.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
His thumbnail? What? I thought he records like boss fights though. That's fucked up.
Estes Ball.
Wait, is this all there is here? I thought there was another pathway. So there's the dark. Oh, it doesn't really seem like there's another path. No. Oh! Hey, thanks, man! Yes. I'm on the wrong path. Oh, okay. Well... Dude, what the hell is this? It doesn't seem like I can get to it, though. I thought there might have been like an underpass next to the carousel, but there isn't. All right. Whoa. Yo, nice hat, dude. Oh, poor guy. Born to be naked, but wants to be a clothes designer. Oh, okay. God damn you. I was gonna go for the second one, but... What? That was quite terrible. Holy shit. Alright, I'm sorry. Life's a canvas painted with the colors of our strife. That's the artist's final stroke, completing every life. Life sings a song of joy and pain, its notes both sweet and bitter. Its echoes fade to stillness, our secrets follow after. Oh. Alright, what you got for us? Ooh. Game barely has any male outfits. Yo, Stalag, thank you so much for the sub, man. And do it for the other girls? What, that fashion thing? Easy clap. It's just the one with the most, like, text and most descriptive.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Descriptive option. Hey, Shaq, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you. So what, you're not a lady. What the fuck? What about me? Look at my swimsuit. The only up sequences. Yeah. Alright, well, I think it's time to go to Old Lumière, because there really isn't anywhere else to go. Everything else is like danger level, which I'm sure, you know, if I tried hard enough, I could still manage to beat some of the stuff in the danger zones, but I don't know, they're just so tanky. I don't really care to do like 30-minute long fights.
Fastest ball.
We have so much like side stuff we need to go back and do now though. This.
There you go, Weirdo.
Woo! Give me everything. Actually, I don't think we need the polished ones. Well, I mean, I guess there's no harm in buying them. On applying powerful, its duration is increased by 2. Oh, shit. 25% health on counterattack. Revive shard. Alright, I'm buying both. I'm pretty sure I have something that applies powerful when I... Wait, doesn't Verso have a power? I think we should put this on Verso, maybe. Oh, we can swap. That's nice. He's got a lot of health. I guess we can just go for the crit. Oh wait, that's kind of awkward. Well, no, okay, maybe we shouldn't have healing counter and that. That's kind of counterintuitive, isn't it? Whatever. Alright, we can fight him. We can fight with... Did I start over or change difficulty? I have done neither of those things.
Lady Luck smart today.
Algueron. Oh, it's a new weapon for Sael. And it's level 10 by default. Base attack applies 3 foretell. Okay. Oh, we'll buy that. I don't know if I want to switch to it or not. My current weapon does such high damage. 622. I mean, I guess power isn't everything. I don't know.
We'll need a way forward.
The heart is in the center of the city. All right? Show off a bit, Manoko.
Just admit you can't do it yourself.
Front row.
Manoko! Why the hell did you...
Sorry, I fucked up. I just wanted to show off.
We just have to regroup. The others should be fine. Verso said the heart is in the center of Old Lumière, right?
Right. Okay, Manoko. Stop crying. We have to move.
Yes, sorry.
Poor Manoko. He looks pretty dumb with his fucking swimsuit on, though. Also, I just realized... Okay, well, we need to equip... Sure. Up there? There's a... I'm so confused.
Friends, I beg your forgiveness for
Am I just going the wrong
landing us
way?
in this quagmire.
It's
Oh,
okay, Manoko. Let's move on, shall we?
Oh, this music.
Time to strike.
I don't have any high AP moves. That does good fucking damage, though.
Dodge is here.
It likes you.
Manoko has even more skills now. Chevalier thrusts. Oh, deal high physical damage to all enemies. Okay, yeah, let's put that on. Cultist blood, deal medium dark damage to all enemies. Ooh. There we go. Some more AoE moves is
How
nice.
exactly did our piece of Lumière end up on an island when the rest of the city is here?
One of the great mysteries. I wish we had more time. There's so much to study here.
Little secret?
Interesting.
Hey, Pat, thank you for the 16 months. Thank you very much, Pat. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I have enough for this too. Wait, sacrifices 90% health to increase damage. Sure, why not? Oh, it's that move.
The power of blood.
It didn't even do enough to kill him then.
So, Manoko, what was life like before the fracture?
The world was smaller and cozier.
Oh, energy 10 supply rush. That seems good.
Livelier. There were many more of us Gestrals back then. The fracture tore our villages apart. Only a fraction of a fraction survived.
The inverted colors
Our
are...
forests are filled with Gestrals awaiting rebirth.
The inverted colors is because of the perk. So it's honestly a really good one, in my opinion. It's called... What the heck's it called? Oh, inverted affinity. Apply inverted on self for 3 turns on battle start, 50% increased damage while inverted. So while you're inverted, you get more damage, but you can't heal yourself for 3 turns. But most of the time you're not gonna die within 3 turns, so it's pretty fucking good. And you can also still be rezzed, even if you're inverted. So yeah. Pretty good. Triple inversion. That's so sick.
Well, that will help.
Music is so nice here. Want fast kills, spam shooting? I think shooting is good. I don't know. A lot of the Luminas for free aim are pretty cheap. Free aiming is actually pretty strong. You a spirit? Just a man who sits and thinks. When she was young, she'd get sad thinking about mortality, but when I asked her about sadness, her answer surprised me. What are you talking about? She who painted Neverons. She wasn't scared of death itself. She was sad because there are more works of art than she'd ever be able to see in her lifetime. So many fables from around the world that she'd never be able to collect, to bring to life in her workshop. All the beauty in the world she'd never get to experience. That saddened her. I encouraged them to believe that their dreams are within their grasp, but she proved me a liar. She did love to challenge me. Of all of them, she and I are the most alike. All of them? It's important to remember the ones we love, to keep them alive in our minds when they are far away, far, far away. Are you originally from Old Lumière? Paint them so that I can remember them, remember their faces. The man has gone silent. Just find it funny, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if, like, I'm sure there's other ways to kill enemies quickly. It's just some of the animations for the attacks actually take a while. Whereas with shooting, you could just fucking rapid fire that shit.
Doesn't that look like one of Eskier's stones?
Oh, yeah.
Let's bring him a gift. I was surprised you agreed so readily to Verso's plans.
He seems to be our best bet for now. We lack too much information.
Do you trust him?
I trust that he wants to reach the paintress. So for now, our interests are aligned.
He has been helpful. Still, I have this feeling he's hiding something.
Manoko, how did you meet Verso?
I don't really remember. I feel like I've always known Verso.
He mentioned traveling with other expeditions.
Quite a few.
How many? What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Maybe ask Verso when we find him.
Yeah, okay.
The fuck?
Finding them comes first. Any idea what this is?
I'm afraid not. This is my first time here as well.
They were the ones that Verso was traveling with.
I believe so. They made it surprisingly far. An axon. Interesting. Verso is... Is this true?
Is what
Maya's
true?
with him.
We need to go. Now!
Verso would never harm her.
Kind of Verso chopped himself in half just to give us a good laugh. Surely he's a good guy.
Carried away sometimes.
My back hurts, but I'm fine.
Good. The others are probably heading towards the center of the city. We'll rejoin them there.
Feels like home.
Yeah. Feels like home. You okay?
Manoko fits well in the disaster expedition, eh?
Yeah. It does. After you.
Speaking of home, where do you live in Lumière?
Above a bakery near the center. Angelique's Boulangerie.
Oh, her gradient move does 5 hits. That's pretty nice. Oh yeah, we need Swift Stride. Let's take off, Can any of my other stuff break? Only Revenge? I mean, I need to be able to go into Virtuose stance. I could get rid of Percy. Yeah, that's fine. We could do that. Oh, it costs 30% of current health. I don't know why it still says I can upgrade attributes.
I wonder if it's still there.
It's called Mathilde's now. When this is over, you should go and visit.
Let's carve a path.
Oh right, I can just play immediately. Alright, that's pretty fucking strong.
Finesse and grace.
Is it burning? Oh no, now it's burning. So, yeah, I mean, if I can proc burning with my shot and switch to Virtuose stance.
Ready to parry.
Oh, nice. Fuck. Well, whoops. She doesn't have that much health. Dude, I hit that third parry. Fuck you.
I won't disappoint.
Watch out, my L.
Stop attacking my L, goddamn! You bitch.
Let's have some fun.
Oh, I'm better.
Cut him down.
Alright, dude. She does not have enough defense. Oh wait, she's missing a fucking Pictos. Well, that would explain it. Certainly not helping.
I never said there was treasure.
Huh.
Let's carve a path.
From fire. Okay.
There we go.
On me.
Time to end this.
know, it's good that we ended up splitting up our skills because the party got split up. Not that it really matters that much, but... Oh, dang it.
Watch out, Mael. You're outmatched.
No time to lose.
Right, so... Yeah, I get power... I mean, we don't... There wasn't really any need to do that, to be honest, but...
From fire.
Incoming. Careful now.
These guys are super weak to fire.
Here's a gift.
You can... Reach level 33. Nice.
We're a pretty good team. Verso? Verso? Putain. Where did he go? Verso, where did
Verso's
he go?
being sussy.
I
don't
need
like
to find
this.
and Ciel, quickly. From fire.
Do we need to fight these? I mean, it's fine. Yeah, the chromatic enemies are kind of meant as, like, late game enemies. This is kind of scary. I don't have any AoE attacks. That kind of sucks. Although the guy's on fire now, so we can go virtuose, and now our counters will fucking destroy, as long as we don't fuck them up.
Ready to parry.
Oh shit, dude! What you mean? You know what, hold on, let me take one of these. Oh, I can't fucking... Wait, I'm still using Burning Mark on her? Well, I guess it's kind of nice for getting us into Virtuose stance, but it's so low level. We should probably put on something with a bit more defense. We got this.
Ready to parry.
We got this. I mean, we can do... We can spark to put ourselves in defensive stance.
On me.
We're not gonna take nearly as much damage. In defensive stance.
Ready to parry.
I guess. Still do a ton of damage anyways. Easy.
Great.
Auto rush. Yeah, this menu is starting to get a little big. I feel like just 2 columns is not enough. There should be like a dedicated screen for the Pictos. I don't know. Hopefully they make the Pictos and Lumina UI better in some way. I feel like they'll update it. Was a UI fix? Oh, is there a mod for the UI?
Nice.
Gun mage, yeah.
On fire.
There we go.
This will hurt.
Oh, we can just fucking. Virtuo stance is well,
I'm close.
my L is so strong just because Virtuo stance doesn't get removed when you counter or you shoot. So you just do so much damage.
This mana's intact. Why does it feel so familiar?
Manor. Oh shit. Yo, we're at Midra's Manor.
Know this place.
What's over here though? Nothing. Looked like it was a pathway. that the curator? Curator's wife?
I knew you'd open the door for her.
Really, Verso? This was your plan? How many times must you hurt our family?
No, you don't get to lecture me on family.
Why do you refuse to see I am doing this for us? Yet you insist on rushing toward death. You're trying to stop the wrong cycle.
You're doing this for yourself.
Of course. It's easier for you to think that, isn't it? Easier to betray us if I'm the villain.
So move. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
You haven't told her the truth. Have you, son?
Oh shit.
Sorry we're late. We were busy doing a bit of reading. Were you planning on sharing that this man, the man who murdered our team, is your father?
Family is not my favorite topic. Right, can we talk about this later? I'd really like for you all to survive this.
You forced us to this point.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't seem nearly as strong as before. Oh, we got a burn. Nice.
No time to lose.
A storm is coming. Ice shatter.
Actually does such good damage.
She won't help you this time.
God, it's so slow. It's pretty weak. He's in story mode right now. Plays the second time. Wait.
Let's go faster.
This is pretty nice.
On guard.
Let's carve a path.
I'm not angry, just disappointed.
I'm ready.
Burn.
Chroma's flowing. Feel the burn.
Might hurt.
Take cover!
Tearing this family apart.
Oh. Do I have an AoE on her? No, I don't. Alright. Does that have shields?
Ready to strike. Let's go faster.
It's better just to do a... Wait, if I do Blitz and then I do a base attack, do I get another turn? No.
Be fighting by my side.
Oh, too early. She vanished. What the fuck? That's not good.
I'm ready.
Let's have some fun.
Let us stay there.
Oh well.
It's so fucking... Okay, it's so delayed. Oh, Jesus.
Ready to evade. Ready to evade. Ready to evade. Lightning dance!
Probably should have killed. Wait, I have gradient attacks. That did fucking nothing. Can I do another? Can I just do... Can I do multiple back to back? And still get another turn? No, that counts as both, okay.
I'm ready.
No! Well, we have the reserve team anyways. Yeah, we're fine.
Another dance.
It's so delayed, man. Fuck.
Take your shot.
Oh yes, another dance.
I'm waiting.
Foolish move. So much power.
Surely I do enough here, right? Dude, what is this damage? That's not it, is it? Maybe it is. I mean, I got XP.
Everyone all right? Manoko?
Noko is dead?
Noko's broken.
Why can't you accept who you are?
Hmm.
What is that? Will you tell me your name?
Where did it go? No. Alicia.
The fuck?
Oh, Dory. Thank you, mon ami.
Care to explain? Your father.
I don't think of him as my father anymore.
Still, why didn't you just tell us?
Because it's private. And it's painful and it's none of your business. I cut ties with him decades ago.
Lying by omission is still lying.
I've told you everything you need to know.
I'd rather make that determination for myself.
I think we can all understand where each other's coming from, right? He hasn't steered us wrong yet. But we're a team now. And we won't get very far if we don't trust each other.
Family's complicated.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning.
You put him in a pot?
Your blind eyes on the dial, stripping off.
The stories say that gestrals reincarnate. Is that true? Can you bring Noko back?
Partially. We can bring Noko back to life. not all of Noko will return. It will be a different Noko. The one you knew is gone.
Will be a Noko 2.
I'm so very sorry, my friend. And all for naught. The painter's heart was in that manor, and now it's gone. We have no way to access the monolith.
Expedition 58 seemed to think you knew another way.
What?
We found 58 and their journals.
So that's how you... I wasn't hiding it. If that's what you're implying. It's a dead end.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There's someone else who can help us. Excuse me. Is it true? Can you make a weapon that can pierce the barrier? Do you need something from the axons? Do you need their hearts?
Look, to create this weapon, he needs enormous amounts of pure chroma, which is way beyond what we can get from Nevrons. The only source are axons, yes. But like I said, that's a dead end. It's impossible.
Why? What are axons?
They're massive creatures living on islands around the monolith. They're much stronger and much more dangerous than Nevrons. I can't die, and I still couldn't take them down.
Yet we found the corpse of one in Old Lumière, so it's possible.
I don't know how that one died. But I'm telling you, listen to me, please. Our chances of taking them down without you lot dying are close to zero.
Close, but not zero. Death is coming either way. And as expeditioners, if we die fighting.
Wonderful pep talk.
I know.
All right, if we're going to fight the Axons, then let's be smart about it.
What do you mean?
I've had a few rough encounters with the Axons. There are 3 located on islands around the monolith, and we need at least 2 hearts to get enough chroma. One lives on a mountain too high for us to reach, so that one's out. We should start with the one to the west of the monolith. It's already been weakened by previous expeditions, right?
Yeah, good idea. Maximize our chances.
Or we embrace the challenge and pick the one in the east.
I like your spirit.
Thank you.
Did you
Well, we need
listen
to do them
what I
both
just said?
anyways.
All these years and you've never defeated an Axon.
They're kind of tough.
And do you think our chances are close to zero?
I didn't think you cared about odds.
Lune and I have less than a year. But Mael's different.
Sure.
Story time?
Let me think.
Come on. You've been alive for over 60 years. You must have tons of stories.
Over 100 years, actually. So, it's hard to choose.
You're 100 years old and so indecisive?
All right. Let me think.
Okay, I'm going to share something deeply personal with you.
Oh, I'm so intrigued.
It's about my hair.
Your hair? That's a bit literal on the dark and personal.
Hey, I'm sharing a heartfelt secret here. Do you want the story or not?
Please, do share.
Sometime after the fracture, my hair turned completely an old man. Luckily, the Gestural village has a hairstylist quite skilled in color treatments.
Lucky?
But he's always napping when I get there, and his apprentice always mucks things up. I'm lucky my hair's not purple this time.
Purple could be fun.
So, your turn.
That was hardly dark or personal.
White hair? Old man, I'm revealing myself here.
All you've revealed is that you're vain, and that you're really bad at making appointments.
Vain? Hey, I'm not the one with all the bracelets and rings.
Actually, my students made these bracelets for me, to remember them by. Because chances are we'll never see each other again.
Not necessarily.
I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. My youngest student is 6. Her parents will gommage when she's 12, and she herself won't live past 21.
Hey, Joe, thank you for the
Her
18
parents
months.
did the maths. They'll have 12 years as a family, and she'll experience 21 years of life. These are the choices we get to make. The earlier you have children, the more time you get to share with them, the more life they'll get to live. And every year you wait...
You're shortening your child's life.
Precisely.
You don't have any children, though.
No, I don't, but I have my students. One of my friends, Sophie, said it best. She said she loves her children so much, the best thing she could do for them is not to have them. See? Dark and personal.
Yeah, you've set the bar high.
Come back with a better story next time.
Wait, what? We'll talk later. Do you want to spend time? Huh? Like cats?
Do you like cats?
What?
Do you like cats?
I think you've spent too much time alone. You've forgotten how to start a human conversation.
I just have this feeling you're a cat person.
Well, you're wrong. I did have a dog named Pat, though.
Interesting name.
My sister named him when we were kids. Stella. She was a gifted artist. And fiery. She definitely made the most of the time she had.
Any other siblings?
Yeah, I had a brother too. Sol. He was the oldest and everyone's favorite.
Well, sounds like my older sister. She was my father's favorite.
I'm shocked it wasn't you. Sol was a great older brother. That's actually how I met Gustav. Sol was dating his sister.
So, you knew Gustav for quite a while then?
That's an awful lot of personal questions.
It is, isn't it? All right, we can talk about me again if you want.
How generous of you.
Ask away. I'm being sincere. Go ahead, ask me anything you want. We've got all night.
Remember, you offered. Do you like monkeys?
Oh, come on.
We're gonna get to level 4 relationship with the SKA. It's gonna be epic.
Ready for the axle? What was it like for you, growing up in Lumière?
Aside from being a sad and lonely orphan, it was great. Although technically, everyone in Lumière is an orphan.
How old were you when your parents passed away?
Around 3, I guess. I was an unwelcome surprise. They never wanted kids. And they definitely didn't want one right before their gommage.
Yeah. Your arrival must have caused quite a bit of concern.
Panic's probably a better word. Then they died. And I bounced around from family to family. I can't even remember all of them. I was kind of a weird kid, I guess.
So was I.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was obsessed with my piano and my paint set.
Hey, Mr. Melancholia, thank you for the 10 months.
I was a bit more severe than that. I used to have lots of nightmares and talk to myself. Kept running away from home all the time.
Nah, if that's weird, then we're all weird. Actually, I kind of think everyone's a weird kid in someone's eyes.
Well, I was a weird kid in everyone's eyes.
Even Gustav's.
Kind of. It's why he and his sister took me in. Nobody else wanted me. But I guess Gustav and Emma used to be weird kids too. So they liked me.
See? Everyone's weird. What's something you liked about Lumière?
Wandering around the buildings. Nobody wanted me for any of the fancy apprenticeships. So I got stuck as a runner for the warehouses. But that turned out to be kind of nice. I got to go everywhere in the city. I probably know the place better than anyone.
Yeah? What was your favorite place?
The Hanging Gardens. Me and Gustav used to go up there a lot. Do you miss Lumière?
Yeah. I do. Not just the place, but everything about that time. The festivals, the gardens, dancing the night away on the harbour. Before... well, all this. That home is gone. Not just the place, but also the people.
You have us now?
Yeah. And you've got me. So, you want to dance the night away?
Maybe us, Ciel.
Thank you for the 31 months, Valinor. Thank you, man.
I'm sorry, Mongia. We'll bring Noko back.
I know.
I'm ready.
When the time is right. After we've settled this.
Spend some time with Manoko.
Polishing your collection of Nev legs?
Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Yes. I, too, find the legs of our enemies to be... beautiful.
Yes. I knew you would appreciate them. You, sir, are a true connoisseur of elegant weaponry.
Why do you need to polish them anyway?
A warrior must be prepared for battle. And battle is just as much mental as physical.
Mental, eh?
Imagine you're a Nevron, and you see me. Charging toward you, brandishing the well-polished and gleaming leg of one of your brethren. Think of the intimidation.
True. I wouldn't want to battle anyone who's using your hairy foot as a club. More for the smell than the intimidation.
And then I transform into one of them. Ha! Intimidation and confusion. From that alone, the battle is already won. The rest is mere cleanup.
Oh, you're right. I feel thoroughly intimidated.
You should try it. Even though you can't transform, it will still strike fear in the hearts of our enemies. Look, aren't they beautiful? Here, take a leg.
That's all right. I think you've got the intimidation factor covered. We wouldn't want to be so intimidating that the Nevs run away, right? Then we wouldn't get to fight.
Fair point. I'll handle the intimidation. You handle the cleanup.
The cleanup, eh? All right. Well, in that case, want to go intimidate some stalacts? We've got some time to kill.
Yes. Well, that would definitely be quite exhilarating. But maybe later. I really need to finish polishing all these legs. I've still got 20 more to go.
Jeez.
I've missed you. All right then. Come on, move over and hand me an extra cloth. Let's get these legs shining so bright they blind our enemies and send them screaming.
All right, it's time for Esquier. Oh, Luna came to help shine the legs.
I'm mad.
Esquier.
I'm stinking mad.
About Noko.
That was mean. I thought he cared. Renoir's not being Renoir.
He's not. I know, buddy. I'm mad too. Enjoying the stars?
Stars are the apples of the sky.
I love the way you see the world.
Oh, that constellation looks like Francois.
I guess. It's very, round, like Francois?
Yes, and it's soft and fluffy, just like Francois. On the inside.
Are we talking about the same Francois? Monsieur Grumpface?
Enfant used to be all wee, but now he's all ooh.
We?
Yes, we. Back in the day, when there was nothing in the world except the four of us flying around on adventures.
Ah, I see. And, woo? How come you're not grumpy like Francois?
I am grumpy.
Oh, are you now?
I too am ooh. But I'm also wee. So the wee balances the ooh.
You might say you're a bit, wee-woo, then.
You really get me, Verso.
I'm a bit, wee-woo myself. Although I'm a bit more woo than wee these days.
Oh, he's patting my head.
Hey, that one looks a little like Manoko.
Oh, and if you squint and sort of scrunch up your face, that one next to it looks like Noko.
Level 4. Oh shit! Radiant attack. Deals high single target physical damage. Oh, it uses 2. Ah, so you get, yeah, okay, cool. Cool.
I don't know, augmented first strike is pretty good. As well. Honestly, I feel like combo attack would be good to have on most characters too. I guess I could do the first strike.
I'm
About.
Dad?
He's not ready for the act. Yeah. Lune. Okay.
And spend time with her again.
My fellow night owl.
Night owl?
You never seem to sleep.
I sleep. I sleep enough.
What keeps you up?
What doesn't keep me up?
From one insomniac to another.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I just can't turn off my mind. It's like I pick up a puzzle and I can't set it down until I solve it.
And what's your current puzzle?
The talking Nevrons. The ones that seem to have personalities and thoughts and feelings. I'm trying to make sense of the things they said. I know there's an important piece of the puzzle there. We need to find and talk to more of them.
I've talked to a few. They mostly spout nonsense. I wouldn't expect too much.
Maybe you weren't asking the right questions.
Well, I'm certainly not as experienced as you.
What about you, my fellow night owl?
Oh, you know, weight of the world, a tortured soul, things like that.
Oh, a funny night owl. Come on, I just shared with you.
You did, didn't you? Feels nice sharing, huh?
Mm-hmm. Feels even nicer when people reciprocate.
Sleep is not very restful for me. I used to have horrible dreams, but somehow it was worse when they stopped. Now it's just this oppressive void.
Fascinating. So you experience discomfort while you sleep? Pain? Are you aware of time passing? I should observe you next time you sleep.
Well, that's not creepy.
Precisely. It's science.
So does this mean I can watch you sleep?
No, that'd be creepy.
Right.
It goes up no matter what, guys. It's fine. Oh shit, another gradient attack. Tree of Life. Sounds like a heal. Heals all allies, yep.
Lune. Okay.
All these years.
They're kind of...
And do you...
I didn't think you...
Lune and I have...
So much relationship improvement.
To make amends for your terrible story.
I'll be honest. I didn't expect things to get so deep so fast.
What happened to Gustav? He's been sleeping.
I could tell. I'm not really sure you're up to the challenge.
Oh, I can keep up. In fact, I'm here to offer a story.
A good one this time?
Yes. Well, you said I'm vain.
No, you said you're vain.
Would a vain person keep this scar? I could heal it, but I don't.
Oh? Why is that?
It's a reminder of the price I paid to stand on my own 2 feet. But, it meant walking away from people I cared about. So, there you have it. Dark and personal.
I feel like there's more to this story. It's probably not a coincidence, then, that Renoir has a similar scar.
You noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We disagreed on pretty much everything. Tactics, goals, what lines we wouldn't cross. I had to walk away, but he was resistant.
You fought?
It was the first time we ever raised a hand against the other.
If you can control your healing, that means Renoir can too. And he made the same choice as you.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. But, you're right. So, dark and personal enough for you?
It was worthy.
Worthy of the story of that scar on your stomach.
Well, we all have scars that won't heal, don't we?
Deep.
That's a story for another time. The scars look good on you, though.
I know. That's the real reason I keep them.
I knew it. All these years.
They're kind of...
And you...
I didn't think you...
Lune and I...
Alright.
I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm ready.
When the time...
Ready for the act?
I'm
about...
Dad?
He's not.
Alright. We've spent all of our time with our companions. We could probably check up on the others, though. More cutscene.
So, the masked person with Renoir, that's your sister? What a hard leap to make.
Her name's Alicia.
What's wrong with her? She wears a mask all the time, she never talks, and she's always staring.
She was trapped in a fire a long time ago. Damaged her face and her throat, so, yeah.
Why did they come to see me?
I don't know. That surprised me when he told me. She helped me before. I thought she'd help me again, but it seems she's chosen a different side. Family is complicated, right?
Yeah.
Do you want the armband back?
What?
I feel like a fraud wearing it, given, you know.
Wear it anyway. You said you chose your side, right?
I did. You're not upset with me.
Strangely, no. I hate secrets, but Gustav always gave people the benefit of the doubt. And your actions are what matters. I trust you.
Thanks.
Do. Oh shit! Swim through coral reefs. I knew we were gonna be able to do that. And now take you to the continent from any expedition flag. Oh shit, we can just warp to the overworld now, I think? Augers? Die, you coral! I wonder, does it... I think the coral probably respawns when I come back to the overworld. I don't think it, like, gets removed forever, but... Well, actually... I don't know, maybe it does. I don't know. Comes back. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Because the blue rocks come back, so I assumed it worked the same way. But it doesn't matter anyways, it's not... I think aesthetically it would be nice to remove the coral, but... Alright, well... There's something in this little bay over here? There's an enemy there. Something there.
Time for a swim.
Time for swim. Wait, have I been here? Oh, I have.
Let us get wet.
Let's give everybody powerful. Easy.
Let's have some fun.
We should really give inversion to these fucking shields, man. Whatever.
Let's dance.
Let us stain them.
Let's spill some ink.
I'm so close to the radiant attack. Whatever, I can do two basic attacks anyways, right? Oh, I still don't have enough though. Whatever. Pretty sure he was dead. I could have shot him as well. Whatever. It's fine. Bation upgrade.
Time for swim.
Swim.
The master swimmer.
Is this where I came? This is where I came from, isn't it? It's annoying that some of the portals aren't like marked. Like some of them have names, but some of them don't. What the heck is that over there? Let's go around this little side path, see what's over here. I think it's time to go back to the start of the game and maybe fight some of the chromatics. Oh, we still can't go underwater either. Kind of forgot about that being a mechanic. They get names once you go through the portal, but that's the portal that I came from. Unless I need to go because I came, like I entered Old Lumière, right? Up here, and then this is the exit. I mean, unless you need to go through it after exiting it. Like you have to enter it rather than the other way around. No? I mean, it has the same icon anyways, so it's really not a big deal.
Let's
oh,
go.
right, he's flying.
You're
yeah, that guy's resistant as fuck. Oh. Probably shouldn't have healed him. Damn, this guy's tanky.
Watch out, my out.
Finesse and grace.
That was not good.
I've lived through worse. Didn't really need it.
Am I still inverted? I am. There we go.
Let's spill
Oh, now he's
some
back
ink.
to ice.
Watch out!
Please survive.
Incoming.
Brace yourselves.
Well, that's not
Ready
great.
to strike.
Fucking. I don't think I want to use this gradient attack. Also, did my party reset itself? Because I didn't. He's fire right now, I think, right?
Not impressed.
And always too
Let's
early.
spill some ink.
This fucking guy is so tanky, holy shit. Well, now we're in Virtuos, which is good. I kinda wanna use Striker. I need to wait for more charge for that.
Good stuff.
Just gonna go low.
Let's dance.
Good damage.
My turn.
Ice, shatter.
That was good damage.
Let's carve a path.
Oh, we almost have enough.
Let's go fast.
Oh, I can play again now. It's only one hit, though. Ah, whatever. Let's try it anyways.
Let's spill
I'm sure
some
that does way more than that. It's just we're at the cap, so. Oh, Virtuoso Strike would have been better, I guess, because it's 5 hits. Oh, nice fucking. Oh, that's awkward. Wait, who the fuck did I just heal? Oh wait, she has the reduced damage taken. Oh shit.
Let's carve a path.
God, just please fucking die. It's on fire, dude. I don't have anything I can do, actually.
Nice.
Come on, Ice Lance, finish him, please.
Coming.
Oh, okay. Holy shit, wait, level 14 weapons from that? Wait, hold on. Okay. I think I'm just gonna use the 3 characters with the level 14 weapons now. It's like such a big power spike. I feel like that's just the best. Damn. That's crazy. That's actually insane. It's like such a big power spike. What the hell? 3 level 14 weapons? Does that big jump, damage jump still matter? Well, yeah, because I mean, my gun, it's not like my free aim attacks do 9,999 damage. And my low damage hits also don't do that much. Did we go in here? Oh yeah, the boat graveyard. Yeah, we've been here. Is that an underwater spot? It's just bubbles. Only way to know? I mean, the weapons do more damage. It's not like every single one of my attacks are not doing 9,999 damage. So, based on that fact alone, it is absolutely still worth upgrading the weapon. Oops. It's just one of these guys? Oh shit. Jesus. Oh, he's chromatic though. This guy up. Damn, so close. Oh well, we got so much AP from that at least. feel like it's best just to like fucking 3-aim spam this guy.
The dance begins.
Probably should have read that.
My sword is death.
Yeah, you just like can't hit him with fucking... Oh, I need to go into virtuoso stance, but... Nice. Well, at least we're in offensive now. What the... Oh. Jesus.
The expedition's not over.
Nice. Woo! Huge. Level 12 weapon. For Verso.
Expedition 43. Sabine. That damn snake destroyed all our submarines in a matter of minutes. And now we're stuck with no equipment, no food, no water, nothing. No way to get off this island, and no way to kill that bloody serpent. Putain. The painters must be laughing. Diverting the resources of the entire engineering and defense divisions to construct those subs. And mad! All the people who trusted our vision and volunteered their lives. If we die stranded on this tiny island after everything we went through to get here, my ghost will haunt her blasted monolith and this island and that stupid snake for all time. Merde!
Snake.
Time for swim.
Interesting. There's a portal that seemingly comes out over here and I guess leads to the part of the mansion, maybe?
Swimsuit on.
Or maybe the mansion leads there, I don't know. It doesn't seem like I can get to that though. Maybe one of the underwater spots leads you there. I don't know. I believe we were over here before. Estral Beach. Yeah, we did this. We've done 3 beaches. This is the one where we had to play like the mini game. What is this on the map though? Wait a sec. Oh, that island in the sky is actually something you can like... I think we'll actually end up there with the whales at some point. That's cool. So yeah, there was some fights back. The Dark Shores is too strong for us still, I think. This cliff cave was fine, I think.
Try to do this one now. I think one of us is gonna get eaten though. Oh, damn. Did a lot of damage with that.
Your turn to shine.
Oh shit, I didn't see this guy.
I'm ready.
God damn it.
Let's spill some ink.
Oh, really?
For me.
There we go. That is not doing much damage at all.
Flames. Rain. Let's dance.
What? Of course I missed the last one. Of course!
On gas.
Just fucking burn.
From fire.
Let's just go virtuoso stance and we'll just shoot the shit out of them.
Your turn to dance.
Oh, that's awkward.
This will hurt.
Now we're not in fucking... We need to fucking stun this guy, dude. Okay, there we go. Now we can break. Can break one hit. What? I want to try the Chevalier thrusts, but... There we go.
This will hurt.
Alright, time for big damage. That was okay. Honestly, not as good as I expected. Wait, what? Why did I get a sec? Oh, was he? Oh, because he was stunned. How much damage will this do now? Oh wow, it does so much more because we're missing health. Okay. Like, using the card that's in the correct form seems pretty fucking important.
From fire.
Oh, so we have the God card now. I wish I had enough for the heal. That does a lot of break though, if you are in the right one. Oh wait, we have gradient charges too. That's okay. Oh, we're out of healing tints.
Brace yourself.
That's awkward. You bitch. Why is a good amount of break? Let's try to pulp this blood. Oh, so close. Oh, we got him. Nice. What's this guy got for us? 31,000 XP. That's actually not that much, I don't think. Level 10 counter, level 10 abyss rem. We got a new skill though. That's the start. Okay, we could go to the cave with the sheep now, I guess. Can probably do this. Holy shit. How many levels on her? Oh yeah, there's quite a few new skills we've learned on this guy as well.
You print money. I like money.
Might get Radiant Slash. Twilight Dance seems really good, but I feel like at this point, since we're still affected by the damage cap, our best damage is starting to become multi-hit attacks. Like a single hit attack is just, it's doing like way more than 9999 or than the damage cap. It doesn't matter. It's just a single hit. Oh yeah, this thing is so weak.
From fire.
Oh, I thought it was burning. Oops, I fucked up. Yeah, this guy still does crazy damage though, so we can't really tank anything. One shot, I might as well lower my health. Oh.
Late shot.
Sorry, I failed.
Alright, we need to break.
From the bitter dregs.
Is it not burnt? This fucking guy still isn't burning? Can we not burn it? Can.
So much potential.
Maybe the lightning attack.
Lightning dance!
Hey, can we stun it again already? Oh, come on. Oh no. Dude, I'm so bad at this moveset. It might be okay. Or maybe not. I don't know. We only have one revive left. We should probably use the revive.
I won't lose again.
I'm just pressing it like a little bit too late. That can break. Oh, well, we could send in the reserve team, actually, I guess.
For now.
I see the visual cue for it now.
Take your shot.
Time to strike.
Oh yeah, dude, I love that fucking gradient attack is so sick. First hit dealt and damage, or wait, first hit dealt and taken deals more damage. Ah. Damn. Wow, so you could combo that with like, because I have another one that gives me 50% more damage on my first hit. The thing is, we're getting, those let me upgrade my weapon to level 19. Well, we got levels on the characters. I mean, whatever. We need levels on everybody, so it doesn't really matter. No, might is fine. It's just, I don't know. I do like having some survivability. I'm not really, I don't really feel like I'm lacking on damage lately. Okay, there was something in Redwoods here as well, I think. Or wait, is this? No, not, sorry, not there. That's where I just was. There was an enemy that I didn't fight where I could like drop down this hole. I think was it here? I don't know if this was the spot. I don't think so. Oh, no. I remember this spot. I think the Twilight Quarry might have been dangerous as well or something. Wasn't the Gestrel Arena... Oh, there's also this guy. Yeah, I think it was. Maybe I have to go to the other one. Oh, yeah, this is the spot. Wait, I think it is. Is it further up? Oh yeah, here it is, I think. Wait, no. Oh my god, Is it not here? Wait, is it down the other pathway? Oh, no, I'm confused. Oh. To get an AoE attack on Mael though. Not having one is kind of ass. That just fucked up.
Careful, Mael.
Please survive.
Ready to evade.
That's good.
Let us stain them.
That's a lot of damage.
Feel the storm.
Anga.
Whoops, I forgot about that. My bad, bro.
Okay.
Careful.
Murdered him.
Keep going.
And my max health is getting kind of low though. Yeah, like I wish I had more AoE, dude. This is fucking ass. I guess we can just pyrolyze this guy. It should be a lot. Or it's gonna do like nothing. I guess we were in defensive stance.
I'll do it. Take cover!
That third one is...
Now
these guys aren't that bad to parry, at least.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. Oh, nice. We got him.
You can't escape.
Why? I feel like my damage is so bad.
Okay. Grenade, watch out!
Alright, let's res our boy.
A bit of violence, yes.
Wow.
Manoko, parry!
Oh, that is not very good. He's not burning either.
Violence.
A good amount of XP. Level 7 weapon. I need to change some skills around for the characters though. I feel like you want to have a good... I need to have more multi-hit AoE moves. Now that my power is getting like so high. It just makes it so much easier to deal with groups of enemies. I can't really remember... If I want to get out of here, I think I have to go back up the ramp here. Well, I'm pretty sure at a certain point in the game, the damage cap is removed. Because, well, first off, chat told me, because of course they did. And secondly, well, it's kind of, you can kind of like assume that is a thing as well. Because, I mean, your power is, like, my power is spiking, but... And some of the enemies are so tanky that you need, like... There's no way the damage cap isn't going to be removed. Kind of just assume that it's going to happen at some point. So I believe I can just go to the overworld from the flag now. Yeah, go back to the continent. That's nice. Well, we can go try to fight that chromatic dude out here now. This big guy. This guy is still really strong, though. I think he's gonna one-shot me still. And I think he does like an AoE. Actually, he doesn't seem that strong.
Brace yourselves.
I mean, he might one-shot us, but... Heavy. Okay, cultist blood. Ooh, damn!
Let us stay there.
I only have one break ability and it costs 7 AP as well. It's kind of...
Yeah, I really need to change the skills on her. These are just not... I don't really like these skills.
Shatter.
And I could have sworn I remember that guy doing some move that did like thousands of damage to me. But I guess my defense is higher now, maybe? So that's why it doesn't do that much damage. Sworn I remember that guy fucking me up pretty bad. I'm curious about the Twilight Quarry, I think. Where am I? I think I've been here, right? Oh yeah, okay, it's just... I see. Alright. I guess the last thing to check would be the woods. Was this place dangerous before? Oh no, it was just...
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
It was another loot spot. Oh, this is the side of the yellow harvest where you can get straight to the chromatics that I was looking for. There's an item on the beach here.
An advantage.
Oh, look at that. All right, hold on. We have a bunch of lumina we could use. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I beat all 4 of the guys in the arena. Or maybe I didn't beat the last one. I don't know. Frame shots consume foretell to deal more damage. Base attack applies foretell. Oh, that's an interesting weapon. I kind of like... I actually like Sael a lot. You know what? I'm gonna upgrade this thing. We have a lot of lumina now. Yeah, holy shit, look at that. Alright, well they're all fucking equal now. Boom. No regrets. Alright, I want to make sure I have good AoE moves. I think on Sael I have pretty good ones. On Mael, though, I really don't have good AoE, which is kind of annoying. I would have to respec. I don't know, I still like Burn. She just, like, doesn't... Like, Fencer's Flurry is the only fucking AoE move she has. Yeah, like, it's all single target. Actually, though, she actually only has one AoE move. At least that I can see at the moment. I mean, there's guard down, I guess. I don't know. Instead of Spark, I think we just... Yeah, I mean, I totally understand she's more of a 1v1er. I get it. It almost makes me feel like using Mael at the moment isn't the best choice until the damage cap gets removed. Not hard to say, though. Why is powerful to allies? We already have that with Verso. I don't know, I kind of like Verso. I don't know, man. It's tough. It's actually... It's just his weapon is not... Well, we have Blowdam now. Level 12. 648 power. That's not bad. Perfection is based on current health. Oh, shit. Increased light damage with skills. That's nice for the Phantom Slash. Though... Well, and also Sael has like a move that literally drains the health of the team. The R Sacrifice skill. So, that's kind of a fun combo, potentially. Maybe we'll just do... We'll remove Mael and... I mean, all of our characters are like equally strong. I mean, we put all of our Lumina in equally for them, so... I kind of want to put combo attack on most of my characters. Because, I mean, it just gets you more AP. There's also a skill... Oh yeah, there's the... I feel like combo attack plus energizing attack is... probably a pretty nice combo, but I would need to take off... I mean, I could take off the augmented first strike instead. Could also take off energizing death and put on energizing attack wherever it is. Here. There's so much stuff, man. Ugh. Oh yeah, augmented attack is good if I'm gonna be putting base attack on. Energizing break is also nice, because you're just going to be more likely to do big damage during a stun. I mean, I guess I can put combo attack on just like every character. And then put on augmented attack as well. Because sometimes you just want to do base attacks. Not always, but... I don't know, at least, well, this is alphabetical, and I mean, I remember the names for the most part, so... Sorting by points could be nice, though. Alright, well, this is fine. Seems to be decent build variety. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of build. There's an insane amount of build variety in this game. I mean, I would say most builds probably work fine. I think the big thing is getting rid of the damage cap whenever that happens. Maybe that happens at the end of Act 2 or something. This is just rhetorical, by the way. I don't want to know. Can I talk to these guys anymore?
Esky.
I'm
about
Dad.
He's not.
Okay. Wait, what's over here? Did I ever go this way? I don't know if I did. I feel like I did. Oh, I don't think I did. Wait, can I? White tree. Oh, there's one of the little guys here. Healing an ally heals self for that value. Wow. We don't really need that energizing start. My god. Am I gonna speedrun the game? I have no idea at all. You know what, let's go to the camp and see what this guy will give us. Because we found 2 more of the little dudes. Oh shit. I can actually destroy these fucking things. Wait. So that was actually a good, that was good to come back here. Cool. 'Cause there was a few of these spikes that I saw. Time to retrace all of our steps. Yeah. Alright, what is this tree? Ah. Oh, expedition log.
Isabel of 36. Winter's souls drift through the night and land soft upon the moonlit vale, whose snowy shrouds hold tight the hope I'd whispered once long ago. Golden folds adorn the stems, a maze our eyes beg to follow, a meditation of winding curves. Deep they flow to center, where lie the edges of another verse, another maze of golden stems and shadows. A sea of pebbles shifting, a wave, a wave, a wave of rock and sand. As sand falls upon our heads, and our heads sink beneath the waves. Along the darkened shores we sink, a pebble in the sea.
This world is full of wonders.
Yet everywhere we go, we walk with death.
Honeymoon and Lumière. New song.
Let us get wet.
Oh, I think we ran into this guy before. We did. He fucked us up. He still fucked us up. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the damage is okay.
For a swim.
Still not sure I want to do that though. Another underwater area. I guess I think we need to do main story for underwater unlock. Presumably. Yeah, we already fought that guy before, but man, he is strong.
My turn.
Man, I really wish I wasn't going first with... Yeah, I know I can quick save. I'm well aware.
Here we go.
Watch out!
That's awkward. Yeah, you're like the 100th person to tell me that. Level 7. Yeah, we kind of missed this before.
Let us get wet.
Wait, is this the This is the Lost Woods? Wait.
what is this? Have I been here? Can't remember. I've been to the Crushing Cavern. Doesn't look like it. I see an item. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? The heck is that? Is this the giant vault? You know, there's a lot of dead expedition members here. Even though I was pretty sure there's nothing here, I can't, I mean, I need to check.
It's an ambush.
Its health doesn't seem too bad. Oh, fuck. Oh, I see. I see now.
It's locked in there.
Ruh-roh. Damage.
No tricks.
Lovely feet.
Wait, so it sacrifices 90% of your health. So does that mean it can kill you? I don't know. Guess we can find out. We'll try the waltz, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's percentage. You're right. I guess if it said max health, then that... Yeah, let's try the waltz anyways, though. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. What am I doing? The shield, I forgot. Oh, I just fucked up. I fucked up.
Let's go faster. You're outmatched.
Oh, this is really not good. I don't know if we're gonna get this, fellas.
Your turn. Let's carve a path.
Not even missing any health. Oh God, this is horrible. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah, that is not the right move, but
Sweet tasting
wait, what? Oh.
the gradient attack. Wait, you don't build gradient. Oh god, yeah, I'm fucked. We can definitely beat this guy though. I really fucked up. You have to use a skill for
getting spicy.
Well, well.
It doesn't attack, so like...
Incoming. Just try it. Ready to strike.
Well, we can break him.
Radiance away.
Fun begins.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Got this.
We don't do like any fucking damage to this thing, dude. This is so hopeless.
The power of blood.
No! Harriet! Can I send in the backup team? I don't think so. Alright, I mean, honestly, I think we have enough to be fine. The only thing...
It's an ambush.
I don't know if I can get the first hit on this or not. How much?
Ready to strike.
Wait, I should have fucking shot. Oh, it's okay. The eye's the weak point? I don't think so. Getting counters actually helps a lot too. That's fucking awkward.
Well, thanks.
Wait, does she burn herself
Parry it!
with the move? Fuck. This is fucked. Hold on. I should make a save down below. I don't think we want to use Mael. I don't know what is I think her weapon. Is it the weapon that apply burn on self on turn start? Yeah, okay, yeah. We don't really want that. Anything? Maybe we'll try the hammering. Don't I have something that removes shields? Oh yeah, the piercing. Caster mask. I just want like single target damage, although the cultist blood seems pretty good. Maybe a... Unleash the backseaters to help you. I would rather turn off my stream. I hope you were fucking kidding. The thing is, we also don't even need health. Like, we just need damage. Oh, whatever, dude.
It's in a...
Wait, do they all have... This fucking menu, dude. Okay, she has inverted. Do I have inverted affinity on this guy?
Ambush.
I think it's saved, right? Whatever. Wait, what? Ah! Oh, did it work? Did I get the first hit? Oh, I did, damn. Nice. I didn't think you could actually get first hit.
No.
Oh wait, I should have done our sacrifice. Whoops. Well, we can make everybody powerful. I still don't have enough for this combo. Whatever. This guy does like no damage, so it doesn't matter. Just clean our health.
Not impressed.
Look out.
Manoko, get ready.
Nice. Oh wait, our sacrifice takes 4. I thought it took 3. What the fuck?
Getting spicy.
Is it using the high AP moves? Oh yeah, and then we can cultist slash, which does more damage the more that I'm missing. It's a good combo, actually. Yeah, there we go. Now we're fucking shredding. That's good.
Cut him down.
Oh. We can break with Radiant Slash even, so I guess we'll just do that.
Radiance.
There we go. How much does the cultist slash take? 3? How much damage will this do? Probably not nearly as much. Yeah, it's a lot weaker. You're not in the right.
Let's cut the path.
The right mode. Alright, let's just use our gradient attack, because this bitch is going down.
Ready? The power of blood.
Give me your health. Berserk slash.
I've got this.
No damage. Wow. +2 shields when the character's health falls below 50%. Alright. I mean, healing counter plus the inverted thing is kind of like... Well, it gives a lot of health, at least. It's kind of troll, because it doesn't actually, like, do anything. But, I mean, after the inverted runs out, it does work, so... Hey, he did 1 attack, alright? Wait a sec, is this... Oh, here we go. Aha! Oh, and the expedition's here.
Cassandra, 45th. Oh shit, they were all crushed. If Timothy hadn't pushed me out of the way. But both my legs are crushed as well. And I don't know how much longer I have. I wish I could have avenged you all. If anyone finds this journal, do not enter this cave. The Nevron inside will crush you.
Yeah, he did that to me. It's okay though, I can just reload my save. No problem. you get up on this? No, it's like walled off. That's a cool little area.
Time.
The hell is this like painting thing again? I can't remember. I don't think I was able to get to it before. Oh wait, no, I am. What is this? Oh, oh, this is where the workshop was? Oh, this still seems quite dangerous. Oh shit, what the? Her paintbrush wielded darkness, and from it the monster emerged. She wove her spite into the canvas, birthing a horror to plague my nights. Her hands hold the power to unweave the terror she wove. You can dissolve the nightmare. Will you help me? Sure. Remember, light and dark dance together, but light must lead. Light of the beast, a lamp that can be used to awaken the beast. What the? Okay, I think you're meant to... I don't know if you're meant to climb up here. I don't think so. I guess that's... I guess there... I could have sworn maybe there's two painting workshops and this is like a different spot you can approach from. Yeah, no, okay, I don't know, whatever, let's just... Statue of a beast. Do I want to use the light of the beast? No. I mean, I do, but I also kind of don't. Is this a portal? Oh, wait, what? Is this just gonna take me back out the way I came? Oops. Can I get the key again? Oh. Oh shit, I guess when I use the light of the beast, that's gonna open up this doorway, probably. Little statue on the table. Story of the beast is written in the depths where shadows sigh. Lurks a beast beneath the sky, still incomplete, its lair closed off. Oh, it needs 3 parts. Oh, okay, so I see. So I'm gonna find workshop entrances in different locations, and each one of them is gonna find me a piece of the key. And then I'll be able to create the beast or release the beast. Yeah, we can't do this yet. What the hell is that red thing? Wait, what is this? I was here, wasn't I? I feel like I was here. Blades Graveyard? Oh, I guess I wasn't.
Nice.
Reverence. It's a cool area. Wait, hold on. I want to look at it again. A lot of swords. Doesn't seem like there's any items here, though. Hey, 10,000 cakes.
Swim, swim.
I'm for swim, swim. Oh, Esquier. Got a new feed for Manoko. Oh yeah. This is just the Gestural Beach, I think, right? Or no, the boat graveyard. We were here before, though.
Time for swim, swim.
Wait a second, did we take this? Shoot, hold on. I don't want to go this way. I want to go... I don't know if we took the side path on the other, like across the way. Can I cross the land here? Wait, there's another... I could have sworn, wasn't it this guy that I killed that gave me level 14 weapons? I wonder if that guy might be like really good to farm. Maybe I'm mixing it up. I don't know. There was something that gave me 3 level 14 weapons. I think it was that set of enemies. Maybe I just got like really lucky or something though. I don't know. I'll have to try to fight him again later. I've got other things to do though. Yeah, what about this big guy in the water? I don't know if we were able to kill him either. I already forgot about that guy. I do not think we went in this portal. What portal is this? Falling leaves.
Careful. Some expedition has died here.
Okay.
There's an abnormal Nevron roaming about. And it has a taste for expeditioner armbands.
Well, that's sussy. Hold on, I want to go back to the camp. We have some new music we can listen to. We got 2 new songs. Honeymoon and Lumière and Reverence.
All these years.
They're kind of...
Andy.
I didn't think...
I don't think we can spend time with people anymore, though, because we haven't progressed the main story at all.
I'm...
Isky.
I'm...
About...
Dad?
He's not...
Yeah. We have 3 chromas. Honestly, we've got pretty good synergy because... Oh yeah, I also heal allies with this thing when I consume moon charges. Perfection is based on missing health, and Sael can just drain my team's health, which makes his like berserker attacks do way more damage, and then his perfection spikes up. I guess this guy's weapon doesn't really do much for it, but he also, I think, Manoko also has a skill. It's like one of the dark ones. Which one is it? Cultist Slashes deals more damage the less health Manoko has. It's like that thing, and I can also hurt myself with Cultist Blood, even though I don't really need to, because, but it does 3 hits dark damage to all enemies. I don't know. It's definitely a nice combo so far. Manoko's such a crazy character, dude. Okay, we don't have much. That Reverence song, I feel like it sounds like another song from the soundtrack, but I don't know.
I like the birthday party one. It's very uplifting. Alright, so yeah, our next goal, defeat the 2 Axons on their respective islands to forge a weapon able to pierce the monolith barrier. Yeah, we have, I don't know, we've got like a big section of this left. I might call it a day here. I don't know. I don't want to like I don't want to play this game too much and like, I don't know. I've really been enjoying just playing it. I don't know, like 5 or 6 hours. I think I might call it here. And we'll, oh man, the 33 up at the top there. I definitely feel like we're making good progress on the story. I mean, we're still not in Act 3 though, so definitely still have a good chunk of the game left, I think. Yeah, I mean, in terms of stuff that we... Wait, what is this? I don't know if I went over here either, now that I think about it. This big circular thingy. Maybe it's on an island? I don't know, because there's this thing. Holy shit, it's this cursor. This is like a floating island as well. Oh wait, it's the same icon as the painting, so I guess it's another entrance for the paint. There's a fog area to the left, but I don't know if you can actually uncover that. Maybe you can. But I don't see any pathway that leads to that section. But I mean, it does look like, I mean, it's the same fog as the other stuff. Wait, what? Have I ever been to this Gestrel beach here? I don't even know. I don't know. I'm overwhelmed by this new area, so I'm gonna approach it tomorrow with a with more energy. Yeah, we'll work our way up this path and then try to explore this new zone. I don't know, I've got a little bit of a headache right now. So I'm gonna call it here, I think. But yeah, this game is freaking awesome. We will continue to play it next stream, guys. Sorry, I'm not doing like super long streams of this game. I am enjoying it a lot though. That's honestly I would say almost part of the reason why I'm not like I haven't been feeling, I don't know, I don't feel super great right now, and I don't want to like force myself to play unless I'm feeling good. So yeah, we will continue next stream, guys. I'm gonna go get some dinner. Go take like a hot shower or something. I need to, I don't know, it's like really hot in my room too. I need to crank up the AC or something. Normally I would just have my window open, but it's starting to get so starting to get hot out.